Recording in progress.
Yeah. Go ahead. I can try, but you're gonna be distracted when I try to do this. Okay, we're ready to start here. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Taroni, Ratings Conservation Administrator. This meeting will be conducted in person and remote format consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, which further extends certain provision of the COVID-19 measures regarding remote participation in public meetings until June 30th, 2027. Please note that not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and the other items listed may be brought up to for discussion to the extent permitted by law. This agenda includes those matters which can be reasonably anticipated to be discussed at tonight's meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. All materials for this meeting are available at the Conservation Division page under Projects by Year. Brian Bowe, the Commission's chair, will facilitate this meeting. Please note that there will be a public comment period for each hearing. Each vote taken during this meeting will be conducted by roll call, and we'll begin with a roll call attendance. Brian, can you take the attendance and review the agenda?
Okay, I'll start with the attendance. Walter.
Walter Talbot, Commissioner Present.
Tim.
Michelle, member present.
Rick.
Keel, member
Can you open that door?
Joseph Fleury, associate member present.
Martha Moore,
It has to be open.
vice chair present.
Brian Bowe, chair, present. Starting time 7:05. I'll review the agenda quickly. We start with the continuation on 0 Vine Street, followed by opening of a public hearing on 0 Small Lane. Then open public hearing on notice of intent for 24 Dustin Road. A request for a plan change for 0 Annette Lane. And we have several discussion items, a handful of old new business items, and an admin report. Okay, having said that.
Brian, continuation of 0 Vine?
Excuse me.
Is it a continuation of 0 Vine, or is it, we're opening the public hearing for 0 Vine with a brand new?
It's not. We resubmitted that.
Yeah, good point. My mistake.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. Yeah, so this is opening a public hearing on notice of intent for 0 Vine Street. My mistake. Okay, having said that, do one of you want to get up and say a spiel?
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy Fontaine, environmental at the MBTA. I just want to say thank you for having the MBTA tonight. I have an opportunity to speak on the notice of intent for the Reading Turnback Track. Record is for 0 Vine Street. The DP number is 270-082. Before I get into details, I'd like to just say that this work proposed, there's no work is proposed with any wetland resource area. This work is proposed outside of the regulatory buffer zone, with only a limited amount of work proposed within the buffer. Next slide, please. This is the agenda that we'll be going over tonight. Just going over project scope, the details, the purpose, where the Wetlands Protection Act jurisdiction is for this project, timeline, and then Q&A. So the purpose of this project is to bring 30-minute frequency Reading to Boston. So here listed is the proposed service for the train. So right now we are on the Haverhill commuter rail, so it will be what we call a turnback track, an existing historic double track area. We redrain around 4,500 feet of track. Around 14 trains will be doing this turn through the weekday, 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Operationally, how it works: the train pulls into the station, unloads the passengers, the train pulls into the turnback track. The crew changes from the locomotive to the cab. At the Haverhill behavioral train, the normal train passes, the conductor does his brake test, and then the train moves into the station 5 minutes before onboarding passengers. So this is the proposed site. It is the Reading Depot Station. Historically, it was a double track until a former freight railroad moved the track. So we're planning to utilize the historic second track. So the railroad bed is still there. It is currently ballasted today as it used to be. It extends from Woburn Street to Willow Street around 4,500 feet. The 4,500 feet was based on maximum train speed, train length, braking curves, sight lines, and track geometry. So for this, where we have a switch where that allows the turnback track to go into the train to go into the turnback track. How this was designed was the train can't sit on the crossover, the switch, can't sit on a curve, and it has to be in a straight line, especially for the proposed track pan that we'll be talking about. We don't want track pans to have any sway in them, so be able to, if there was ever an instance of a release, to be able to capture as much of that piece as possible. So we don't want to have that in a slanted area. And in the map below, you can see the right-of-way length that the MBTA has throughout the property. And just some pictures of the train back in 1950 and what it currently looks like currently. So where we're looking, I know it's a snowy picture, but it would be to the left of the existing track is where the turnback track would be. So the MBTA looked into multiple alternative locations. A lot of these were brought up with the public, and the team evaluated these, but to allow for the 30-minute frequency, this was the location chosen. Here we have our engineering plans. So the top is what we kind of call the west area, and then the bottom is the east area closer to the station. We have delineated on this map the 100-foot buffer zone. We have the 100-foot riverfront, or we are outside the riverfront. The dark crossings are the erosion controls would go, and the bottom you can see where the conduit is going for the signals and some of our existing infrastructure. So all work activities listed here. So this is everything that's going on for this project are occurring within existing Valson areas within the MBTA right of way. So erosion controls, in that previous slide, it detailed what erosion controls we're proposing. It's composite soft with silt fence. Again, they'll be installed prior to construction and will stay there through the life of ground disturbing activities. So there'll be no possible sedimentation into any of the wetland areas. Top 6 inches of the existing ballast, about top 6 inches would be removed and just disposed of off-site, and then new ballast would be brought in. We have one crossover installed, so some crossover switch to kind of intertwine that language. We'll have new underground conduit and a signal pole to notify the train. They'll be installed in the existing signal boxes on site. Rail and railroad ties will be brought in and then tamped to place. Tamp is literally vibrating the railroad ties so they're level into the ballast. We are proposing 16 hopefully native trees as screening for visual for south side of the tracks. A track panel will be installed with a locomotive sitting with an absorbent pad. There's a bunter that's installed on wherever we have an end of track. That's just to prevent a train to go off the tracks. And then a propane tank will be installed to heat the switches during cold weather events. Sometimes they lock up and they have to be put up to work. And then the propane tank, it's around 500 gallons and it's above ground. Next slide, please. So, proposed tree screen planting. So this is not being done for restoration or for mitigation. This is solely for visual. We've heard a lot of the community concerns with this. So this is about 80 feet of trees will be grown to where the locomotive will be sitting, where the track pan will be. So it's create a visual barrier. In the notice of intent, we suggested a few species. I think that's something we can work with the commission on. vertical buffer with low maintenance, semi-mature trees will be planted. They'll be planted within our right-of-way and within buffer zone and around near to the top of the slope. And depending on the work season, there'll be either fall or spring planting. And then for this, industry standard is 1 year for replacement. Usually that's what nurseries do. Sometimes they do 2 years, but we'll be ensuring the success of the trees at least for that first year. We can get 2 years from the nursery. Take that industry standard as well. We can use that. Next slide, please. So this is a proposed track pan. Just a showing of a bunter. Bunter, like I said, we have it on wherever you see it a lot at in the stops. Layovers to prevent the train from going off. So the bunter is about 100 feet from where the locomotive will be sitting during the turn. That's just an example picture right there. The track pan, that's also an example picture from one of our layovers. It's about 80 feet long. Inside that track pan will be an absorbent mat. So the track pan itself can hold 30 gallons in case there was a possible release. The absorbent mat absorbs only oil, and that can absorb up to 48 gallons of oil. And our crews right now will be inspecting twice a week, as they do for the vapor line. So this will be seen. If there is anything that's noticed, those absorbent mats will be disposed of properly per regulations. And the locomotive will be stopping at the same location every time it does this turn. This is done through a bulletin to our conductors. And we spoke out in the field, but we can also put a sign as a double measure for the conductors to know that this is the location that they need to stop when they're doing the turn.
Jeremy, before we go on, the track pan, is that covered with stone or ballast, or is it open just like we see here?
It is open like that.
And so that's how you can tell when it needs maintenance, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then you can tell the absorbent mats really do fill up when there is oil. So you'll be able to see that. And the track pan comes in 3 different materials. So it could be either fiberglass, it can be metal, or it can be plastic. We usually do metal because it's made in-house, so it could be more custom to fit our needs and to be able to install. So this is the work within the Wetlands Protection Act jurisdiction, the track pan and the bunter, which is part of our tracks. B&Ps, those are erosion controls, will be installed, so we consider those temporary because they'll be removed. They're being installed in ballast and then restored with ballast. We have 1,057 lineal feet of track will be installed for the buffer zone, and that's both in the plans that we show. There's the west area and east area, so those are the numbers of both locations. And again, just to reiterate, the buffer zone is not a resource area pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act. As such, there are no performance standards associated with buffers. Exempt work. So 16 trees, if they're, we can work with the commission, but the ones we propose are we consider native. So native trees are an exempt activity under the Wetlands Protection Act, and that's from 10.02B2D. They'll be planted within, like I said, buffer within our right-of-way at the top of the slope. And then 423 lineal feet of conduit and associated signals are proposed within buffer zone 2 bordering vegetation wetland BVW. That as well as an exempt activity for 310 CMR 10.02B2I. And work that is not within the WPA, but want to just capture everything that the project is doing. So it's 3,443 lineal feet of track, and associated track work will be installed. 1 propane tank to heat the switches, the crossover is during cold weather events. 1 crossover and 426 lineal feet of conduit and associated signals. And again, all this is outside the box. Timeline, pretty quick. Takes about a year, depending weather dependent. Past couple of days, the weather has been great. So depending on when we get the order of conditions is issued, I'm not saying we'd start right away, but if the weather is in our benefit, we could start as soon as winter 2025, but most likely spring 2026 with a estimated completion of end of 2026. So I thank everyone for your time. Hopefully we've addressed all concerns when it comes to the Wetland Protection Acts and the jurisdiction. And please let me know if you have any questions regarding this project. Thank you.
Just before we start, I'd like Bill Doyle in. Is there anyone else on Zoom that you would like me let into this meeting?
I would say either Janice Kearney or in a Tess Paganelli. That's for Act to be able to speak, correct?
Yes.
And Tess?
Is there a Tess Paganelli by chance?
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the commission?
Sure. Before we start talking about the wetland impact directly, has Energy Environmental Affairs or the MEPA office issued a jurisdictional determination for confirming whether this project is subject to any state environmental review?
So we've done our due diligence and we don't believe. A resident did reach out to MEPA and MEPA reached out to us asking what the project, what we thought was the project. So no concurrence was given, but we did let them know that we did not believe that this project exceeded any MEPA thresholds.
Okay. And there was no submitted environmental notification form at all for the project?
ENF for
Yeah.
because we didn't exceed any thresholds, we didn't go through.
Can you talk a little bit more about those thresholds, like how you would exceed them? Or
I can. I don't have them all listed.
that's
there's a
fine,
list
just
of,
kind of high level.
So one common one is public shade trees. If you're removing 5 public shade trees with a diameter of 14 inches, you would have to go through MEPA. That's a common one that we see at the MBTA that we are going to trigger MEPA. On the web, I'm not a MEPA expert. I just don't remember all the thresholds.
Okay.
But that's something we can, separately.
Sure. Yeah, that would be great. Just to get a little more information. I want to pivot a little bit into land uses with higher potential pollutant loads as well. So the stormwater standard 5. So under Mass DEP, stormwater handbook, rail layovers, idling areas, they're classified as land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. Those typically require enhanced stormwater controls and spill plans. Under 310 CMR 10.056K and the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, Volume 1, Section 1.3, Standard 5 applies to any project that involves the operation or construction of facilities associated with rail yards, train layovers, or storage areas. Where I'm going with this is, it seems like the MBTA proposal here is involving the construction and daily use of a diesel layover siding rather than just siding. You're not going to have revenue passengers at this location while you're doing the idling. So can you kind of dive into why this isn't considered a layover, but you have similar kind of layover equipment installed on the side?
So we do not consider this a stationary source, is what a layover is.
Okay.
So that's why we're not considering that, we're not subject to that.
So what's a stationary source, I guess, in that?
So when we have layovers, usually they're the end of track where trains pull in, they're plug in, or they stay overnight.
Mhm.
We're not proposing any trains to be laying over on this track. So you will not be seeing trains overnight. We have to have crews do that as well.
Mhm.
So we're not proposing that because no crews can be there.
Mhm.
There's not a facility there or a building there for it to have a layover to plug in to do anything it needs. There's going to be no maintenance on the train when it's sitting, if it were to sit there.
Mhm.
So that's why it's not considered a stationary source.
Okay. So I guess with that then, I see in your application, standard 5 was marked not applicable in the filing. So even though it's hosting the idling diesel locomotives daily, why was it just marked not applicable in the WPA?
So idling is when a train is not doing an operational activity. So layovers, it's staying overnight. At all times, this train is conducting an operational activity, switching from the locomotive to the cab. We're running brake tests, and then it goes back into the station. The process itself will probably take it has to be under 30 minutes because we're looking for 30-minute frequencies.
Right.
But so it is conducting an operational activity for the train to go back and pick up passengers.
And that's the same activity that you're currently doing in the station today with your 8 turns, effectively? The same
Yes.
directive, okay. Kind of want to position again into pollution prevention, so 310 CMR 10.554A, 10.572A2. So the site sits above mapped aquifer protection zones. Continuous diesel idling introduces nitrogen oxides, particulates, fuel drips that can infiltrate groundwater. And I know NOx emissions are recognized as a pollutant load because they can deposit into soils, water surface via atmospheric settings and rainfall, settling in rainfall, and alter kind of wetland chemistry. So what measures are you proposing here besides the drip pan that could prevent fuel or oil from seeping into like subgrade soils?
For the regulation to just cite, is that under the Wetlands Protection Act?
Yeah,
The emissions isn't covered under the Wetlands Protection Act.
but the sanctuary impacts and pollution and prevention of pollution interests would be under that.
So for stormwater, we're not introducing additional impervious, not additional impervious surfaces. So because we're replacing ballast with ballast.
Okay.
And then the track pans will be there to capture if there were any drips or anything like that. If there was a spill, we can probably ask regulations for a release of 10 gallons or more.
Okay.
And then we have a restriction for how we clean the site.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to think here. So, so there won't be any sort of groundwater monitoring for hydrocarbons or nitrates during this operation in this location with how you're proposing the construction of the siding? There's no monitoring at all. Can there be, or is that something that is, again, not necessarily governed by WPA or?
To my knowledge, I would have to see the citation to see where it falls under the WPA. To my knowledge, it wouldn't be a WPA thing to enforce upon, but if I believe otherwise, it's something we can talk about during the conditions. But to my knowledge, any kind of emissions, sound, traffic, things like vibration are not subject to WPA jurisdiction.
Okay. So around, I guess I want to kind of pivot again to wildlife habitat and sanctuary impacts. So this proposed track siting borders Thayland Bird Sanctuary, Millette Morgan. I understand that the WPA doesn't directly cover vibration, noise, and light on local wildlife, but has the MBTA completed any wildlife habitat evaluation for 310 CMR 1060?
We did a wetland delineation for this project
Yep.
on January 21st, 2025.
Yep.
And we compared it to also the GIS mass mapper, and that's only within buffer zone work. So as there's no performance standards, we have an existing train going through currently.
Okay. And so that would be the same for natural heritage and endangered species program. So there was no review for rare and endangered species in this area.
We don't have MISA in this. It's on an ORW. The Arbizon River is not alone. It's scenic river. So we went through the list of possible other permits.
Around even kind of mitigation for noise and vibration during any nesting periods, again, that wouldn't apply then for.
So we ran Section 7 through consultation through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and there was no adverse effect. Their concerns are bats, the big one for roosting, and there was no proposed adverse effect based upon work activities.
Around noise and vibration, so not necessarily WPA, but it's still significant for this location. So continuous idling, potential engine start, that may exceed FRA and FTA noise thresholds for nearby homes and wildlife. Has there been a conducted noise and vibration assessment based on like FRA and FTA?
So I'll say is there's been multiple public hearings, and our team has met with the select board as well.
Yes.
And those have been spoken about and addressed there, but when it comes to the Wetlands Protection Act, it's we're not subject to those. It doesn't fall under the jurisdiction.
Okay, so what was the purpose of then doing the sound study, for example? Was it just for residents, informational, like? there
To
was
my
no-
knowledge, yes, it was based off the feedback, we received from the
Yeah.
town. That's as far as my knowledge, I'm very focused on.
And so if there was a meet the threshold that was exceeded, then a full sound study would have been conducted, or noise and vibration study? It would have been a different process then?
If we exceeded the meet the threshold, we'd have to go to meet the rental.
Okay.
And that's, yeah, I trigger an EIR, ENF, one of, I'm not a meet expert, unfortunately. I do, if we wanted to call on somebody, either Tess or Janice are on the call, who are more subject matter experts on MEPA, we can, but because we didn't exceed any thresholds.
And was there any even consideration, I know 30 minutes, 25 minutes return, 5 minutes to get back to the station, automatic engine start-stop technology, anything like that, that typically wouldn't be used for temporary idling situations?
I can't speak, I don't. So the engine does not stop on the train.
Okay.
Sorry, so.
We need 4 different trades to turn on the engine.
Mhm.
So if we were to turn off the engine on the turnback track, the train would be stuck there.
Okay.
So that's why it's very important that it's not a layover.
Mhm.
It's a turn track, because at a layover, we can turn off the engine.
Okay.
Because the crews are there, the staff are there that can turn the engine on.
Could you just introduce yourself for the record?
I'm
You don't
sorry.
have to do it every time, just but
Yeah,
once
Sharon
clearly.
Cranston With the MBTA.
Want to get into the alternative analysis as well. So typically state law and regulations require any project within riverfront areas or near riverfront areas demonstrate that no less damaging practicable alternatives exist. Do you want to kind of elaborate briefly on the alternative site locations? I know you've given public hearings on it. It hasn't necessarily been detailed around the environmental impacts of why those options didn't work. So for example, I know the latest one was the 12993 bridge option. There was right of way issues with power lines, I believe, power lines that are in the one right of way. But around the environmental analysis of those 6 alternatives, kind of what is the process that the MBTA typically follows?
Right, so like you said, we did do it, because especially with the public feedback and just part of our normal project, we would look at alternatives. So this project, kind of like you said, we are outside the riverfront area, so we're not required to do an alternative analysis. Other than what you've heard, I mean, Sharon could speak on the other 5 or 6 locations that were brought up at the public hearing and select board. We weren't required to do an alternative analysis.
Okay, so that would, again, with that alternatives analysis, environmental sensitivity, you wouldn't be considering environmental sensitivity with like cost or operational convenience. So for example, one of the reasons why you're not constructing this in the depot is that to construct it in the depot, there's limitations that are preventing you from doing that. So you have ADA accessibility guidelines and AAB guidelines that are triggering 30% improvement to the facility. If you do that, you're going up to full ADA standards. The whole station would have to be rebuilt. But you're now putting that burden in an environmentally sensitive area. So you're putting it outside of the station. It's in conservation adjacent land. When you're looking at those options, is cost a factor, or is it environmental balance with cost?
I can't speak on cost. I'm not involved in how projects are chosen.
Okay.
And so right, Sharon and Alistair could help out with that. I just know for environmentally, at the end of the day, we are just buffer zone. In the historical double track where we have existing line going through it. You would like more information on the alternatives, and I'm sure we can speak on it, but we're subject to it. When it comes to budgeting, I don't have the answer because I'm not involved in talks when it comes to things. Projects come to us and we do evaluate based off other wetlands. We go through the permit. We have a checklist, internal checklist that we go through, 17 or 19 possible permits that we can have between the state, local, and federal government. And we run our due diligence that way. we can advise if some projects like, well, you have to go this, if you go this route, this might trigger this, have you thought about that? This, in our sense, being that it's just buffer zone, it's very minimal.
Kind of to that point though, so when this was first proposed, turn track service was first proposed. Millette Soames Morgan, the conservation area hadn't been rebuilt. It was pretty much seen as wetlands area, undeveloped. You might have had a couple of trails associated with it. When was that decision made by the MBTA to move any work outside of Depot to the current proposed location? Did that happen after AAB changed their policies with?
I can't answer that, but.
So, Alistair Sewers, MBTA modernisation. So I'm actually not aware of the precise date when that was in place, but the issue was not. It was all part of the design process, looking at the alternatives. So that was as the project was proposed and gradually costed and scoped. And that was all part of the MPO application, which would have been 2022.
So October 1st, 2024. Same location?
We're looking at options. We're looking at options to try and make it work in the station. We couldn't make that. So that's on north, the exact configuration was then part of the secondary layer of design, sight lines, everything that's broken up as far.
Is this your first proposed turn track that exists outside of a station that's being used in this capacity? So I know you have Anderson Woburn, you have Beverly. Both of that is happening in the station. Is this the first time that you're?
Both of those are separate from the station. Beverly in particular is 500 feet north, so it's the outside of the bridge in the station. It's not on the station.
Is it adjacent to conservation or wetlands?
It is not, it would require some tree fence.
And again,
It might be wetlands, and then there is a further one in Ipswich, which is adjacent to the wetland.
with idling adjacent to wetland?
I contend this is not idling, because that is the railroad definition. But yes, spending long periods, yes, both of those definitions some periods. Ipswich is more parcel track than Beverly is.
We have done a lot of secondary tracks, Turnback Empty Way is a secondary track. We have done a lot of secondary tracks through wetlands, the riverfront, through our system.
Yeah, I think we talked about that during the sidewalk as well. Okay.
So, and
Go ahead,
the
sir.
final example, public station at Village Park 195 also has the same issue. There's a series of single tracks, so we actually have several trains on the start service because we're trying to pass them. So they have to wait beyond the station. That's the same.
Okay.
That's what.
Thank you. Lastly, I have just kind of two additional points. So adaptive management and monitoring. So long-term idling may have unforeseen impacts for this particular location. Will the MBTA commit to any annual environmental monitoring for groundwater, stormwater quality, or wildlife observations, air quality, anything like that associated with this service as it's ramping up?
Well, for stormwater, there is no change in conditions, so no, like I said, no new impervious surface, so therefore we're meeting all the standards, so we're not proposing mitigation. We don't trigger anything that requires that. When a train, we do idling when it's in layovers, that's monitored. Okay, something like that. But
To be clear, the vehicle
yes, vehicle. But we are not because it's buffer zone. There is no proposed mitigation, monitoring, restoration due to where it's being built. The eyes of the
considering how this process has gone for the last year, is the MBTA, can the MBTA ensure transparency with the public regarding any compliance with the use of this turn track or any concerns that are brought up from residents, from the town, et cetera, if there are wetlands impacts that are observed? I mean, we have hundreds of people a day that use whetstones. They're going to notice things when leafing is down, when leaves are in, you know, whether or not a train is idling for more than 30 minutes on the turn track. If there's delays, you're gonna hear it from the public.
I mean, I could say we are a state agency, absolutely. There are concerns, we reach out. It happens throughout our system. People constantly reach out, questions, what's going on here? People have the right to reach out to us and we will respond. I feel like we've been pretty transparent when it comes to the public hearings and the stakeholder meetings. I feel like we're as transparent as possible with the wetland impacts here and what we're proposing. We're doing additional tree screenings. Again, that was not needed. Part of this it has nothing to do with operations. It's all visual. Track pan as well, something we usually wouldn't do because it's only sitting there for such a short time. So I feel like we have been addressing as we hear the concerns with the public. But of course, if there's people that notice things, please let us know and we will address them.
Chuck, I got a question on that one then. So if this gets approved and there are issues, then what path do residents have for complaints? Would that be to conservation because it's potentially a wetlands impact? Would it be to fire, Reading Fire? So if you have excessive idling, if you see it for a week, for example, hour at a time, the train pulls right onto the siding, sitting there for an hour. You might have a GP40. It's one of the loudest trains that they have, locomotives that they run, sits there for an hour. Who does the town call? Is there an operational procedure for that?
For the Conservation Commission, so when we get through this process, we need to do our findings first and write an order of conditions. But let's say there was a condition that capped idling at 30 minutes, then it would be a violation under our jurisdiction and we would send out an enforcement order. But that doesn't mean you can't contact the health department, police department, and fire department also.
The EPA does require us to disclose all idling. So like it's there. We're not hiding anything when it comes to idling. And I would say in the order though, for anything that's outside of the Wetland Protection Act, we would have discussions on that if they're in the conditions that we believe that were outside of the jurisdiction of the Wetland Protection Act.
Right, I'll hand it back to you for now. I'm good for right now.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Sure. Let me preface by saying the most environmentally efficient way to get from Reading to Boston is by the train. No question about it, with today's technology. I have a couple concerns though about what's going to happen with the diesel staying in one place for a time. Originally, I remember from our first meetings, it was a 15-minute dwell time. And now I think I just saw 30 minutes, perhaps.
So the maximum, so it would never really be there for 30 because we have to hit the 30-minute frequencies. So I think that's the maximum possible it could be. We will not have, most likely will not be sitting for 30 minutes there to get to back to the Reading station to pick up passengers, then going to Boston. So the way after the conductor switches from loco to the cab, does the brake check and pulls in, I mean, it will be less than 30 minutes.
If I've done my math correctly, when you're traveling at 60 miles an hour, the HSP 46 would cover its length, its own proper length in about 1.6 seconds. Now we're going to stay for 15 minutes. That's over a 500 time more well. Looking at the train station where we know the trains are dwelling, you look at the ties, you look at the track, you look at the ballast, it's covered with oil and grease. So the trough pan is a good idea. I'm a little disappointed that I don't see a specific design diagram for that pan. Is it impervious?
No, the pan will hold liquids if it were, it would not be leaking out, and then the absorbent mats would be collecting the oil.
And then the pad, and what is that material?
I can provide the specs of our pads to the commission. If you guys want to know, I can provide those of what pads we use throughout our system.
And also an MSDS, please?
Yeah.
And now, you use the term it's gonna hold oil. It now rains. Does that mean the pad's gonna float?
No, the pads won't float, and so the pads will just be collecting the oil. Even if the track pan was filled with water, the pads do not run off.
What's keeping them in the pan?
I can get you that answer shortly. I don't know if they're tied down or just by their weight heavier than water that they stay in there. But we haven't had an issue in absorbing. I can get you that answer.
And when you use the term oil, is that a generic term to include grease?
Or the grease would be sitting on the bottom of the track pan as well. But the specs would detail exactly what materials the absorbent pad would be collecting, all possible materials.
And it's predicted we're gonna get more rain, especially in late winter, early spring. If the water overflows, what happens?
It'd go into the ballasted area. And at these locations, we're 40, 60 feet of ballast and fill above the wetlands, above the conservation area land. But it would be captured there. And like I said, the crews go there twice, we'll be driving by twice a week, and they'll be looking at these pads, looking at these pans. If they notice that it was overflowing, if they notice something had to be done, we'd be addressing it immediately.
I'll assume, like most things, they're not 100% efficient. I'm just concerned about water raising and then the oil leaching over the sides.
I can get you information exactly on how they work with those specs with the MSD forms as well.
Was that design a proprietary design?
No, we just have, because our tracks, they're not the standard fit because different location, different layovers. Sometimes they're on concrete, sometimes they're on plastic ties, sometimes on the wooden ties we use. So they're shaped for where they're supposed to be.
Your picture there, all I saw was 2 rails and a gray surface.
Mm-hmm. That was at a layover where the trains plug in for overnight, so the locomotive is not on. So so at night we turn off the locomotive.
Yeah.
So those track pans will still capture everything, but that's when the train is sitting there off.
But the gray surface, is that the pad?
No, that's just, there was no pad in that one, that was just the pan. At that example picture, just to show an example of that was just an example picture of what some of our track pans in our system. But it
That's
did not have an absorbent mat.
So the
inside.
pan rests on the rails?
Yes,
So the height is only the height of the rail then?
but it collects up to 30 gallons. The entirety of the track pan will hold up to 30 gallons.
I know it's going to be catastrophic, but your engines have oil capacity of 240 gallons.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure the total number, but yes, I mean, we can see this, the issue same with cars, if they were going to leak on the highway next to a river, same thing, we'd be releasing all the fluids. The goal is to never have a release. That's not why we don't want our trains to do that.
Yeah, I'd love to see the diagram of the pan, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then personal comment would be, I'm a little disappointed on some of the sketches and drawings we have where there's not even a scale on them. And to compound that, when I went with you folks on the tour on Monday, people were asking, other fellows were asking questions. Where's this? Where's that? Oh, we think it's there. We think it's there. We think it's there. I'm a little surprised that somebody didn't put out stake, spray paint something. Here's where the siding starts. Here's where the bumper is going to be. Here's where the trough is going to be. I was a little disappointed in that.
Absolutely. And we can do better moving forward a lot of times, just because we need foul time to have our crews go out and have certain, that site visit to have everyone on site. We had to have multiple flaggers because we don't have the RWP and we had to have the signal. So it's just a lot of crews that are involved for that, but we can be better next time for having those staked out. A lot of times we don't like to have certain things staked in case they were foul in the track, so within 4 feet, we don't want anything to fall to our tracks with this temporary, especially like a wooden stake, if it could cause a safety issue for our trains. But yes, moving forward, we can be a lot better.
And why did you choose 80 feet as the length for the trough?
It's just bigger than, it's bigger than the locomotive they'll be sitting on.
Again, when I went to the Reading station, you could see the oil drippage much wider, longer than the length of the engine. Should it be longer?
But it is longer currently, and Reading station is used more often, but that I can look into.
Well, it's also, I mean, as you may appreciate, Reading stations have decades of use with steam engines, diesels, and it's a wide variety of stopping patterns. The current position of the mini high is more recent. So prior to that location of that, the high level where the accessible building is, the train was stopped in multiple different places. So this is decades of with older equipment that is much needed. Modern equipment has obviously been big less and have less of a problem. Just going back to why we have a track down. Normally we only have a track down all the way over to stop any leakage when we're refueling. This is meant for a major catastrophic leak due to fuel tank issues. The routine use, the amount of oil coming off is minimal.
My prejudice is, as a retired motorcycle rider, the most dangerous thing that you could do is either go through a toll booth or go over a railroad crossing. I just looked at all the stuff down at the Reading station. I'm saying that pan should be longer than 80 feet because I can't believe I'll use the obsolete term, engineers can stop on a dime the same place every time.
They can and they have to, A, for regulation, one, get funded, and secondly, they have to hit the high level and hit the doors to the high level at every station.
On the turnout track that we're talking about.
Well, both, yeah, the turnout track on the Persia station, and anyway, there's also
Isn't it human nature, since there's no passenger going off, I can be a little sloppier in stopping on time at the same place?
Well, that's why it's slightly longer than the standard thing, and I also point out, there is a limit, and there'll be violating rules, and yes, sure, that is a risk, but rules, which is monitored very carefully. So, it's a bit like the speed limit. To a certain degree, you can do everything you can to enforce it, but you can't guarantee it every single time. But there is also a visual cue. It's the rationale. So it's the flip side. Why wouldn't this?
I don't want to spend your money, but I feel more comfortable if there's a longer trough.
A longer the pad, the underneath it, the track pad. So it has to be straight, right? We can't do it in a curve. I think that is something that we can look into. But the goal right now is just to capture where the fluids would be. If the commission wanted to see it at 100 feet and it was still straight, I'm sure that is something we can look into operationally.
As I say, the real risk is we want to stop is a diesel loss. We're not doing refueling installations, but this is just out of abundance of caution, to be clear. We'd like to make sure that it's effective.
Thank you. I didn't give a question.
Just out of curiosity, the history of the second track, that remote wire from the roof.
It was,
Taxes, P&M was going broke.
and I did get an answer. The track mats are secured by wooden screws to stabilize them.
I still would like to get more information.
Right, no, I'm just saying, one of your questions, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, appreciate it.
A lot of my questions were about the track pan as well. And I understand that if you're in a covered area and rain's not getting in, you have the capacity to hold, what was it, 30 gallons. But if it's sitting out in a rainstorm, aren't those 30 gallons of oil going to be lifted up by the water and float out and go down the hills into our wetlands?
The mats are there to capture the oil, they don't capture the water, so the mats should be absorbing the oil. And then they have a larger capacity than the track pans, so they can absorb up to 48 gallons of oil. And if we make it longer, then there'll be more tension of the oils.
Okay, so the oil binds to the mat and will no longer float above water because oil is less dense than water?
Probably should remember that from school, but I just know that, and I can, like I said, I can provide the SES forms on the absorbent mats and how. But yes, it's supposed to absorb and not go into the trough with the water. The oil will be absorbed.
And I'm wondering about the actual railroad ties that the tracks are going to be sitting on. In my experience, like landscape timbers, which are railroad ties, are creosote coated and are considered to be hazardous waste when you have to get rid of them. Is there creosote in these railroad ties you're going to be putting down along this turnback track?
Yes, and the ones that are existing there are.
And does that creosote leach out and leach down into the soil below?
No, we've used it historically throughout our sites, and if it were to leach, it's very minimal, to my knowledge, but we haven't had any reports of any issues, and we have trains that go through public water supply areas where we use creosote ties, so to my knowledge, there has been no impacts. Definitely look more into that, for the creosote ties, but to my knowledge.
I think that's all my questions, Brian.
Okay. Okay. Just want to say, let me save that for a minute. Let me back to something else. So can you very briefly describe the procedure where the conductor tests the brakes in a turnaround? I mean, briefly, it doesn't have to be chapter and verse.
So are you asking for the specific things that they're doing?
Sure, the conductor, he goes from one end to the other, tests the
Um,
brakes while he's doing it. How's that work?
I haven't gone through that training. It's one of those that I know this activity exists. I know that there's a visual inspection involved. But I don't know all the exact details.
So visual implies that he's outside looking at something?
Yes, you have to get outside of the train and look
Okay.
at brakes.
That's my point. So through this whole process, we've heard in any number of situations that, well, that would be a violation. Or we have rules for this or things of that nature. And Martha, or somebody talked to human nature. I can just tell you the day of the site walk, we went to the station afterwards to look at the track, and we actually watched the turnaround. The conductor went along the inside of the train. So he didn't get out, he didn't look at anything outside to inspect the brakes. I'm not saying that you can go, give him a violation. My point is saying that your protection for the wetlands is by following rules isn't by any means ironclad.
I've never seen.
So to clarify, yeah, I mean, not the expert on this either, but there's two people. There's the train driver, if you want to use the phrase, who is doing one set of testing, and then the conductor is moving through the train and has to be responsible for the brake test. To the extent the brake test fails, to get out and check what the issue is. So that's the stage I know. So it's conditional, and if you can't get out and you aren't in a position to be able to do that safely, that is the issue. I don't think it's done every time. For example, at a platform on a high level station, you can't do it either, usually. But you still do the test inside the train, and if there is an issue, then you do the inspection.
Okay, so presumably in the situation we saw, he was doing something inside the train, didn't see an issue, didn't have to go outside.
Correct. And then multiple systems in the checking as well as not just the brake signal system as well. That's as far as my knowledge goes. And you're probably expert to go beyond that. But it is a process. That's what I'm kind of done.
Yeah.
It's the same at the North Station.
I focus on that just because in my background, I worked in FAA and FDA, highly regulated, and I know people do not always hit the mark. Sometimes by mistake, sometimes less so. And so when I'm hearing that the protection is based on that they'll always stop at the right place, that they'll always do this, always do that, I have a more than healthy concern about that. I would be happier if there were something more constructive, so it really, so many of these places couldn't have a problem. For example, you're talking about maintenance, was it every 2 weeks or something? So theoretically, timely.
No,
Sorry,
twice-
twice a week.
twice a week.
Pardon me,
twice a week,
much
yeah.
better, okay. And so I do worry about how well that maintenance will do what they're supposed to do. Are they gonna be paying attention every time? And if not, what happens if they miss it for one period or something? How often does the pad need to be changed out? Can't imagine it's very frequently.
Correct, yeah, it depends, if there was a release, it'd be changed more frequently, but if it's still in good condition and it's still doing its job, then it's as needed. But weather plays a toll on it, so they will be replaced also just from natural elements.
And is the pad snug to the side of the pan?
So it's just confirmed, it is screwed with a wooden screw into the pan.
But is it snug against the side?
Oh, at the bottom, yeah, it's
No,
on.
no, on the side, so around the boundary, is there cracks?
Oh,
Or
no,
Is it totally snug against the various sides of the?
yeah, it would be completely in the bottom of the trackpad in one, there, no
I got that.
overlapping. Or there, it's overlapping.
Is it wedged into the pan? Is it in the pan tightly? In other words, is there room on the sides for oil, grease, whatever, to go down and not be absorbed right away, which then could be washed out by your rain steps?
To my knowledge, it should be, because it's gold, but I can get you the specs with the track pans,
Yeah, I
exactly on
think,
how the
I think
track
we
pans.
all have questions about the pads, the pans, exactly how they work and what their strengths and weaknesses are. So
Mhm.
that definitely is a takeaway.
Sorry, it's not the greatest, but it's not what I was taking a picture of.
Well, we have to be careful.
And
what
yes,
we're
and the
showing.
mats are also applied to the side,
So
so it's the bottom and the side of the
this is
track
the
pan.
first sequence. This is a bunch of trains.
Okay.
And you see right here, you've got a bumper, you can see here.
I think
the
it's
black.
as needed,
That's the mag.
the SDS forms.
So that is helpful, but
Do I need to
obviously,
show everybody?
no, we'll just ask for the material and that will
Yeah.
suffice.
I'll forward it to Jeremy. We'll see if you can find a better picture.
Yeah, and specs should be, I mean, you can see we have questions.
Yeah.
So it's an area that we need more information on.
And if you, real quick, I just did confirm that they are on the sides as well, so they're the bottom and the sides of the track pan, the absorbent mats.
If you're fabricating this, is there a design drawing for it?
I can definitely look into that for you, yes. Because I think we do it in-house with the trade. So they're, like I said, they're, depending on the location is how they're built. Like for instance, this one, that crossing grate is for crews to cross over, or this spot, maybe there's signals that are going over. So that's why everyone is kind of different depending on the location. But I'm sure that's something that we can provide.
Okay, and my main point is that I disagree with your assertion that there's no real relevance to the WPA. The reason I say that as far as noise and vibration, the reason I say that is because if you look at the interests of the act, the last one is, let's see, I'm trying to find the exact place. Lost myself. But it's talking about impact on wildlife. That's 10.022. And here it is. Yeah, the interest of protection of wildlife habitat. And there's any number of studies that are easy to come across, all different parts of the country, but even around here, that talk about the measurable harm to wildlife in the habitat. I won't go through all of them, but just briefly, there are bird studies showing that songbirds in noisy areas alter their vocal pitch or timing to overcome interference, which can reduce mating success and territory defense effectiveness. Prolonged disturbance often leads to nest abandonment, especially in ground or shrub nesting species found in wet meadow or riparian zones. Frogs and toads depend on specific mating calls during breeding periods. Noise pollution can mask these calls or reduce call frequency, decreasing the likelihood of successful reproduction. One more, mammals, beavers rely on sound to communicate within colonies or family groups. Frequent, again, disturbance may lead to avoidance of otherwise suitable habitat. And there's more I can go to. So I totally agree that nowhere in the act does it say noise or vibration. That doesn't mean that there's not an impact, and it doesn't mean that the interests of the act allow us to take that into consideration.
So I would just have to say that the interest is wildlife habitat, not wildlife itself.
That's true, but the
And the habitat is
the
fine.
intent of the act is to protect the wildlife by protecting the habitat, but it still has an interest in wildlife.
Based on our proposed activities, we are saying that their habitat, wildlife habitat, will be unchanged due to our proposed work activities. And the interest is the wildlife habitat, not wildlife itself.
But you're taking away their overwintering, foraging and nesting areas. And so by removing that, you're altering that habitat.
Can I ask where we're removing? Because we're solely ballasted
Just-
area buffer zone.
So I was gonna get into this when it was my turn to talk. I think that you're creating a zone of disturbance around the train that's idling within let's say it's 500 feet circumference around the train, that the idling is so severe, the noise is so severe, and the NOx emissions from the elevated track deposit into the wetland, and the effects that that's going to have on the wetland kind of creates what I'm going to call, which is, I get it, I don't mean this to be a splashy word, but like a dead zone. And so whatever's happening out there is going to move on to somewhere else. And if you know beaver habitat, they do have their areas, just like every animal has its like a circle around it. That's their safety zone. It's their area. Like a coyote, they go 7 to 15 miles a day. That's their zone. They won't find another group in that zone. And so when we move these animals that are there, we know there's frogs there. You mentioned it in some of your studies. They're going to move on, and usually frogs with the noise, if they're part of that vernal pool that's been identified just down the tracks, they don't reproduce somewhere else. They stay and they come back the next year, and they find out they can't reproduce again. And so basically you've eliminated a vernal pool. So I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about the fact that there's no data to support some of the information that we're getting from the MBTA. And I would feel better if there was data to support this, like the NOx emissions. It's doubling, right? So I had this section that I was going to talk about, Brian. I can stop if you want.
No, go ahead.
Can I address any of your concerns. Be-
Well, let me just finish up. So if this could lead to nitrogen deposits in adjacent wetlands causing acid eutrophication, habitat degradation, potential, and which is a significant effect under 310 CMR 10.2.2E1. And so that's where my concerns are. There's also a pH issue. We're in an area that has high pH. It's more acidic, and that's what the habitat's used to. So when we change the pH, we alter a lot. That's why we don't let contractors dump cement into storm drains or clean them out in the local pond or something like that, because it changes the pH. So getting back to another question that someone asked, said is like, how do we know these, like the safety happens out there? Someone was saying, well, he has to stop like right at the end. And if he doesn't, that's a violation. How's that known? Is it GPS? Someone's out there? Do these guys tell on each other? So the other guy can be the conductor the next day? I mean, what happens? How does the MBTA make sure that what you're telling us will in fact happen? I mean, those are my concerns. Sorry to step all over your conversation.
That's fine. You can talk again in a minute too.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that, without belaboring it, that's an issue. I could go into more on vibrations transmitted through the substrate. It can actually cause substrate compaction in places. So it can be physical, even though I will agree, most of it is to the wildlife itself. One last point I'd like to make, though, goes back to something that came up during Walter's part. You were talking about if there is spillage, then it goes into the ballast and that will absorb it. How does it absorb it? Those are rocks, basically, right? They're not porous
No,
sponges.
so it goes into the ballast, which in a way is almost like a catch, right? Because we're 60 feet. So if we had a spill, that ballast, if it was, like I said, the reportable, that ballast would be removed and disposed of.
But it would be cumulative. So if you had things in there, maybe it doesn't go this rainstorm, maybe it moves a little further the next rainstorm and the next and the next. So it's more the migration than an immediate impact, but either way, it would get there.
I just have to say we have 700 plus miles frac throughout our system. I mean, this isn't just, your concerns would then be with our whole system. When we go and do rail and tie replacement, ballast is removed, new ballast is brought in. If there's a spill, we do all the correct measures to remove any type of spillage and dispose of it correctly. We go through water supply areas, and these issues in those tracks have been there for 100 years, for as long as we've been in a system. I understand your concern, but I don't, to our knowledge, to my knowledge as well, we haven't had any issues to these supplies that you're concerned about based off our activities as a train, as running a train.
Yeah, you
And
know,
human error, I can't.
you can't. I mean, it is what it is.
It's just
But
driving a car, someone cannot properly take care of their oil, go through a stop sign, you can't stop that.
But the
Human error.
difference is, if you have a problem with a car, it's more or less immediate. Things with the environment can last forever. I mean, look at the town wells we had to shut down because of a tanker in '92 or something. You know, some things don't go away from a human time frame perspective.
And that's when a large remediation project would have to occur.
Yeah, and then, see, it's not even so much a major spill that worries me, because that would get attention. And as we said in the walk, you would take the ballast down as far as you needed to, and you might even stop service on the line until it was remediated. I'm more worried about small, constant leakages and accumulation. Walter talked about the mess at the station itself, and also made a good point. It's been there for decades. The other point, though, is it's not all where the engine stops, because some of this leaks as it's accelerating, as it's decelerating, you know, and that's why it goes much further than the length of a locomotive.
And I do understand, right? I do trust in our keels and our crews, their trades, they're trained. So hopefully these spills, these leaks don't happen, right? That's why our trains go through preventative maintenance throughout the life. We have
Okay,
100
so let's just take this scenario. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's a bad habit. I do it all the time. Ask anybody. So the situation is the train stops. Let's assume it stops in the right place every time. Then it's accelerating back. You could have leakages outside of the track pan. And yes, ideally they're small, but again, it's a cumulative effect. It still can build up. It still can be washed down. Even if it takes multiple rainstorms, and it can still get to the wetlands. And so I don't know how you fix that. I don't have to design it. You do. Maybe it's a longer track pan. Maybe it's some other idea. When in the beginning, when you last came in for an NOI, there was conversation about some layer underneath rather than a track pan. I don't know what whoever said it had in mind, but something else to try and make it more protected. That's my whole point is more. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't stop near the wetlands at all. You would stop further back. You have other issues to deal with, curve tracks and things like that. I can't design it for you. You wouldn't want me to. I don't know why you couldn't do a curved track pan if you guys are making them yourselves. So
We can't do curved track pan.
Okay,
It's just not.
I said I don't know
Yeah.
a bunch of times, and that's nothing I don't
But
know.
again, we're not proposing any work within a wetland. Just to briefly comment on what you said, we are buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetland. So there is that buffer there to the wetland.
Yes, there's a buffer. A buffer is just what it says. It helps to protect. It absorbs on the way. The distances have been worked on for years to try and have it be far enough to absorb pesticides, things you can think of. What I'm thinking of is long-term petroleum migrating towards the wetlands through the buffer, even if it takes a while to get there.
Sure, let me just jump in. So under 310 CMR 10.2.2B1, the Conservation Commission has the authority to extend its jurisdiction beyond the standard 100-foot and 200-foot riverfront area if activities outside this zone could have a significant effect on the resource areas such as pollutants, sedimentation, habitat alteration.
Thank you. So, I
So
think,
can I just quickly address a couple of points you were making? So you're saying one issue is consistent small level of pollutant. So
exactly.
it's either the 48, more than 48 gallons consistently coming out and it's spilling over, or consistent not hitting the right spot. So that's the only way you get to that.
1 second, 48, I thought it was 30 gallons.
The track pan is 30 gallons, the absorbent mass is 48.
Gotcha.
So it'd have to be more than that to
Well,
cause that,
or-
and then not be
Or
replaced.
not in the track pan, accelerating,
Then the
decelerating
other
outside
one.
the track.
And then acceleration, deceleration, that is the same as the mainline track. So that is no different from what's there. And that is a super low risk because you've got a very short duration, even though it's slow speed, and it's minimal amounts going to be coming out because you're moving. So that would be no different from the other several hundred miles of track where you're moving at that speed. So that isn't the risk. The only risk, I think you correctly pointed out, is not hitting track pan and idling in the wrong place. So that is, so we can look at that, and put a lot of protections in place for that.
We keep going back to this slide. I'm struggling because if the pan holds 30 gallons, correct? Is that what I'm reading?
Although the pad absorbs 48
No,
gallons.
but how can that happen? Does it swell up?
Yes.
Yeah, the pad absorbs just like a sponge.
So it swells. Doesn't it go up above the rail then?
No, it wouldn't impact the operations of the train. It would go.
I'll wait till I see the diagram.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Chuck, do you have anything else you want to talk about?
There are, but I just wanted to, so you are required to meet the stormwater standards, and I was just wondering if you could provide a stormwater checklist.
That was included in the notice of intent submission.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. So I'm gonna hold the rest of my questions for, we've talked for a while.
Yeah,
I think you're gonna get to people online and people up there. I'll
Okay.
hold the rest of my questions until after that's finished, but I do want to make the point that we do have the authority to extend our jurisdiction beyond the 100 and 200 foot
Okay,
area.
so now we can open up for public comments. You've heard us tonight try to constrain ourselves to issues associated with the WPA. I realize many of you may not have read it as many times as we theoretically did, but please try and constrain your comments as well. Let's try and hold them to 2 minutes apiece. If I feel there's repetition or something, I may jump in. Having said all that, does anybody in the room have something they want to say, a question they want to ask?
Do I stay up here?
No, let Jim go up and then you can come up if there's an answer needed. Thank you. And please introduce yourself.
My name's Jim Riley, 87 Hancock Street. Here raised concerns related to the MOI. The MBTA submitted to the Conservation Commission related to the proposed second route turn-back track. It was discussed, and it's confusing to me, but for idling trains in the wetland area, from what I've read, under the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Standards, this project needs to show exactly how it will handle storm water runoff year-round, including how it will remove sediment and pollutants, allow water to infiltrate safely, and manage snow and ice during winter operations. We're asking the commission to hold off on approving this project until the MBTA provides a complete stormwater plan showing how it will remove the pollutants, manage runoff, and safely handle snow and ice and potential spills. This plan should include a clear maintenance schedule, winter operations, spill response measures in writing, so we know nearby wetlands and water supplies will be protected year-round. Thank you.
Sure. Do you have any comments you want to make to that?
Yes, so the stormwater was part, checklist was part of the application, but the standards, so they do apply because they're subject to WPA. But that there's no change in conditions and no new impervious surface, so therefore we are meeting the standards.
Thank you. Are there any?
The trough count as impervious,
It would be.
so doesn't that change the standard?
That's a question. I'll have to look at that. The answer to that.
Can you ask that again?
I mean,
Sorry.
it's 80 feet by 6 foot, so maybe let's call it 500 square feet. Does that change things dramatically?
So I'll have to look into that. I don't have an answer right now. Can you introduce yourself, please?
At Crowley, 71 Vine Street. I have some questions concerning the NOI. That the last NOI did not designate 100 feet as this one does. Why, if the track is 4,500 feet, that the abutters were not notified this time, but we were the last time? One question. Why were mailing labels used instead of addresses? The environmental justice community residents in Hannahville were never noticed. There was no posting. The only information they had was gave it to them, and they were entitled to that information. And that was as of 2 days ago. I think my biggest concern is that they have said that they are not involved. They don't have to meet the NEPA or no NEPA issues. In October, I think of 2022, the Climate Act required that if there was an MBTA project within a mile, then they would have to meet and do a environmental justice analysis. Why wasn't this done? And that should have been included and a report done based on, included in their NOI, because people are entitled to this. Thank you.
Any response to that?
So I would just say to consider this a new application, consider the first, it is a new submittal. I think I understand where you're going with the linear project being 1,000 feet, the abutter notification. There was someone who brought that up at the previous meeting that we didn't do it to correct abutter notification. But we did consult with Mass DEP, and in 2014, they had statutory changes to abutter notification for linear projects that are 1,000 feet or longer. Abutters only within 100 project would be notified. And we included the list of abutter notifications, and we worked with the tax
Assessor's office.
assessor's office to correctly get the list of people.
Just people at Tannerville weren't notified. But the assessor's office tax roll only gives the housing authority in that location. If you hovered over a condo in town, you would get everyone that's bought that condo. But Tannerville must be have a different policy, and they don't own those, they rent them, so the owner is getting the notification. What we can answer, and this question came up from me, came up to me this afternoon or yesterday, is that for the CPDC management, assume it was management, put notification in the hallways and whatnot around Tannerville. But they haven't done it for this project. So it's not, none of that is a requirement under the WPA. The applicant doesn't have to meet some standard about having management post this. Completely up to them. They only have to notify the owners. And they've done that, and the list was certified. So I'm surprised they didn't know about it based on the last application and the fact that everybody tried to get those people involved. But it is what it is. They seem to have not been notified.
Well, I think because they're an environmental justice community, they are mandated to be notified and involved in this project. And they should have had meetings with the MBTA and an analysis done and a report done. And I don't see that being done. And that would have brought up all the noise and air pollution issues. They have to safeguard that. This is part of the Climate Act. I mean, you could look it up.
We're not administering the Climate Act here. So if a order of conditions is issued, it does have a condition that says the applicant must apply and receive all applicable permits from city and state. And if they don't do that, it would be, it's against the Conservation Commission. We can go back and find them again. But there's that, but we don't reach out to anyone. It's just MEPA would be the only one I know of that we've ever reached out to, but not anyone with the Climate Act. So
I'm pretty sure, sorry to interrupt.
sure, no, please.
Pretty sure I can answer the EJ because we didn't exceed any thresholds. We don't go.
But that was based on your own judgment that you didn't exceed.
We have consultants as well, but for all, we review the control process.
So these are 80 units sitting right on the tracks. They're gonna have these trains back and forth 14 hours a
Yeah,
day.
just to not have this prolonged too much, one of the requests that we have is from Walter that we're going to ask for those MEPA thresholds, and you said you would provide it. So we'll be able to
And I think
talk about
Joseph
this.
as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments in the room before we go to online? Please introduce yourself. If you're online and you're going to have a comment, please find the reactions button in the lower part of your screen and raise your hand so Chuck can see it when we get to that point.
So my name is David Camillo, and I live at 21 Woodward, been there for 48 years. And I feel I have a perfunctory knowledge or understanding of what the Conservation Commission does. It may be fairly accurate, but it's still superficial. I've learned a lot in this process. So I'm gonna have questions for you as opposed to for the ETA. And it has to do with data that you or we as a community rely on, that we hire subject matter experts or we contract with certain people who can do some analysis and baseline analysis such that after the project, if the project goes through, we can see if there's an independent variable relationship. We study the pH levels of the water. We study the population densities of micro, certain animals and certain aquatic species, if you will. We study the population density and see if that's changed. We study the water temperatures. We study anything we can to get a baseline, so we'll know if there's a delta. We'll know if this has it's had an effect, it's had a deleterious effect on what we think we have in Reading. A green, we call ourselves a green community. I forget the exact term, but we continue to be that. Do we have a means of measuring that? How do we know, if we can pass off of that in the future? So I don't think it's a question we can answer tonight, but I recommend that we do some of our own. We pay for some of our own experts to look at some of these variables and see how they're going to be affected.
Thank you.
Linda Russo, 55 Hancock Street. While I understand that the Reading Conservation Commission's formal jurisdiction is defined by the Wetlands Protection Act, which encompasses the protection of wetland resources areas and interests such as flood control, storm damage prevention, and water quality, these protection interests directly intersect with the environmental justice considerations. As already stated, Tanneville is an environmental justice area. And given that the MBTA project is located within 1 mile of an environmental justice community, and that the project may alter bordering wetlands hydrology and related environmental conditions, we respectfully request that the Commission, 1, require a comprehensive hydrologic and environmental analysis consistent with MIPA's environmental justice framework, and 2, coordinate with the MIPA office to clarify whether an environmental notification form or environmental impact report should be required due to the proximity of the EJ population before issuing an order of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online? Hands raised.
Sorry, you were talking to me, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll come back to
One
the room.
second.
if
Yes,
somebody else
Kyle
wants to.
is online. Kyle, you can unmute yourself.
Go ahead, Kyle. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you. Kyle Torno from 43 Vine Street. I realize that the commission here is in a difficult situation, whereas if they turn it down, it pushes the potential of the train being stopped further up into our backyard. I'm right on the intersection of Hunt and Vine, and so we would be even closer to the noise that's going to be created, let alone the pollution. I think that what's important is that some sort of a commission be set up so that this inevitable train switchback is monitored over the years, both for pollution, sound, as well as for the amount of ridership to validate the operation of this on a 12-hour cycle, where we only need it really, if at all, at the rush hour. I think it's also vital in terms of the discussion that was had about the sound, that the noise will impact the wildlife. If there aren't any endangered species now, there certainly won't be any endangered species with this operation being set up in a wetlands area. I believe that it's also important that a sound buffer be created, not a wall, but two on either side of the diesel track so that the sound and acoustics can be abated. And I think that's vitally important. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to respond to anything?
Sure, if you can briefly.
Thank you for your question. I just would like to reiterate about the sound, that its sound is not within the law.
Louder, please.
Well, I would just like to reiterate about the WPA, that sound is not within the WPA jurisdiction. You were talking about a sound law. So the WPA it's not within its purview. It's taken sound, emissions, traffic, things like that. For the purview of the WPA. I know you have a lot of concerns, and that's where we've had public meetings and those select board meetings. Issues outside of the WPA to be addressed.
Thank you. Does anybody else
Sorry,
have
the
a-
microphone is not working properly and the town should be aware of that. We cannot hear at all what he's saying. I can hear somebody on the other side of the room speaking, but I could not hear what the gentleman was saying. That's okay. I understand that he was saying that it's not in his purview. I would think from the sense of humanity that people would address the reality, not what is written in the books that you're supposed to abide by because it's there in a book. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for the sound. I did request a microphone for the podium, and there was supposed to be one dropped off, but it's not here. So that's like a dead spot there. So when you guys come up, it seemed to have been working because people get to us right away, but this is the first time tonight we've heard that it's a little bit low. So just keep that in mind when you speak.
Maybe if you shade this way, you may get.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think it's been fine up until now, because usually people.
No, it's been bad throughout the entire time. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, Kyle, thanks.
Anybody else online who's half heard us, has a comment to make? Okay, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sal Russo, 55 Hancock Street. Just a couple of things. Based on the NOI and return back track plan submitted on September 23rd, 2025, parts of the project fall inside Zone 2 and Zone C, which are official state drinking water protection areas. That means that runoff from the site could end up in our public drinking water supply, either through groundwater or nearby streams. Projects in these zones must meet Mass DEP's critical area standards, using only approved pollution controls and submitting detailed maintenance and spill prevention plans. We're asking the commission to continue this hearing until the MBTA submits the analysis and confirms how they'll protect these drinking water zones. Also, could you go back to the slide that shows all of the slide that shows all of the, I guess, the number of foot the
Sal?
track is and all of that
Sal?
stuff.
Could you move a little bit this way, just to get picked up better?
Okay.
maybe? Thank you.
I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just gonna pop through. You tell me when.
Just the one that lists.
No, that wasn't it.
Okay,
we're gonna
well,
go
I'll just
slow.
ask my question. I think in the slide presentation, you had mentioned that there's going to be one switch track, one switch.
One crossover, which is 2 switches.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
so there's 2 switches and that's consists of one switch off. okay.
There's one, correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this might be a good time to make sure that it's very clear that the Conservation Commission does not control what the applicant does. And at any time, they can ask to close the hearing. And then at that point, Conservation Commission has 21 days to make a decision. We cannot hold this open on our own. It would take the applicant to also agree. So that's just how the Wetlands Protection Act is written.
I just want to make a comment for the Zone 2. So kind of like as, sorry, just kind of reiterating, but also adding some things. So again, there's no change in impervious area. I know the track pan got brought up. We are maintaining the ballast in the area. So currently it's ballasted and we're putting ballast back in. And currently with the main line, there have been no observable issues with the current operations. I know there was comment at the station, but for the main line for the work through that whole track, ballast is being refurbished with new ballast. So there's no new discharges or increased runoff within critical areas. That's stormwater standard 6. We're not in ORW, not within the ACEC zone 1 or.
Brian, there's 2 online.
I would take one of the ones online.
Okay. TMO.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hold on. It takes,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
not.
For Chuck to do his magic.
Yeah, I had it and then it went. So anyways, yeah. Let's go to Ally.
Allie, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Allie Hetler, 12 Hancock Street. So my question is, per the construction best practices, how will erosion, sedimentation, and temporary access be managed to protect resource areas? We're calling on you to adopt a detailed erosion and sediment control plan with phasing, mats, silt controls, and restoration commitments.
Yep, so in the current figure that, and hopefully you can hear me, in the bottom right here, so we're proposing socks and a silt fence. Those will be implemented prior to any ground disturbing activities. And those you can see on the top is the west area. So it's more zoomed out just because it's a larger location, but that would be on both sides, the north and the south of the tracks, for preventing any sedimentation into the nearby wetlands. And on the bottom, it would just be on the north side of the tracks toward that the buffer zone is located, and it actually goes further than where exact work activities are. And we're not proposing any stockpiling within resource areas. So for the conduit work, they do it in sections. So they'll dig, put the conduit and fill. There won't be open trenches with for the possibility of any sedimentation into the area. If there were, for some necessary, there was a horrible storm event, we had to stockpile, we'd be covering it with a poly, doing BMPs around, which you see come through construction, and we'd be notifying the Conservation Commission in that case. And for access, majority of this work will be done accessed on rail and with equipment that is able to high rail onto the site. And high rail is how like a train sits with on the tracks. We have our trucks, we have our excavators, have those underneath so they can ride the rail as well to do the work. So you're not driving or creating any impacts to the slope by driving an excavator up the entirety of the right of way.
And I think part of her question was erosion control plan. So that's all within the material. What you just went over is all within the material that you submitted?
Correct, right on the screen right now.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Yep.
Okay. Ally, any other questions?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
Is there another one?
yes, RHA is, I think RHA is, can talk. Just make sure.
RHA, if you have a question or comment, can you introduce yourself, please? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Is there anybody else out there?
Let me see, I did that right. Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, this is Robert Levy from Tanner.
Hear you, yeah.
And my question is, you did a 2-day, 6-hour survey on sound. And that to me is not enough time to find out what the noise level is here at Tannerville. I mean, we can sit outside, we can't even talk to each other. And the other thing is, if your parent was in this place, would you want them here with the sound that's going through? I mean, this is ridiculous. We can't even hear ourselves. And you're saying the sound level is fine.
Okay, is there a question in there?
Yeah, I want, like I said, how can you have a 2-day survey on sound and saying it's okay, where, 6 hours a day is not enough time to find out the noise level of your trains?
Okay, sir, thank you, we got it. Is there anything you want to? comment on?
Thank you for your question, and we're not, not trying to answer your question. For the purview of the Wetlands Protection Act, noise is not in the purview of the WPA. We have had multiple public meetings and met with the select board and presented that information. So that email that you saw at the end of the presentation, you can email them, talk to your select board, but in the purview of the WPA, noise is not covered.
Okay, that wasn't sufficient, but okay.
Anybody else online, Chuck?
I don't see anyone else. If other people want to speak, just use the raise hand function. Right now, we have none.
Is there any comment here I'm not seeing? Nope. Okay.
What matter? Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry. No,
where'd he go?
it seems like that's it.
So we can only go to our select board.
Right.
Barbara, can you mute yourself, please? Maybe it's done. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Lucas Prado, 85 Hancock Street. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm going to address seasonal wetland connectivity and peer-reviewed delineation. Why this justifies a continuance. The MBTA's connectivity conclusion relies on a single winter site visit, January 21st, 2025, to explicitly state there is no wetland connection between the railroad ditch and the bordering vegetated wetlands on town conservation land. This is the exact kind of assumption that can change in spring high water / leaf out conditions. What we are asking for, please continue this hearing and require spring delineation when leaves are out and water levels are high, as well as an independent peer review of CCAP determination of no wetland connection. The January 21st, 2025 winter field work is not seasonally representative, and we are requesting verification of vegetation, soils, hydrology indicators along the swale and ditch areas before considering the NOI. And then just one additional thing with regards to what Joseph asked about with regards to trees and being cut down. I'd be curious to see, I abut the train tracks. My fence is within 20 feet of the tracks. So about 1 or 2 years ago, the MBTA, I'm guessing, hired, and Chuck may know this as well too, to come down and through and clear the trees. I had to move my daughters from the fence because they were wielding the chainsaw fairly randomly. So my question with regards to what Joseph was asking, if this was tied to your project 1 or 2 years ago, was someone determining and checking off the diameters of the trees that were being taken down? I witnessed half of this as it went by my house. I did not see someone measuring each diameter of tree that was taking it down. It was very random and sporadic.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to apologize for safety. It's always going to be our concern. And that was not due to this project. That's through our vegetation maintenance plan. So that is due to clearing, and that comes through the Conservation Commission every 5 years with a YOP submitted every year to the commission. And that's throughout the state. But I do apologize for the safety for your daughter's fence line. So that was due to that, and that's just due to the safety of the tracks, and that is covered under the vegetation maintenance plan. For this project, we don't foresee any tree removal. There could be potential tree limbing, just for if they're close enough to the new track, and that would be determined. Right now, I don't foresee any full trees being removed. Talking about the diameter, that's from MIPA, which I think you're getting to for public shade trees. If it was within our right of way, those trees aren't considered, would not fall under the MIPA public shade trees, which is the diameter comment I think you were going towards.
This one quick, that within right of.
Excuse me. If you're going to speak, can you come back up as it is? Microphones don't seem to catch everything.
And this was just off the top, my apologies, but sorry, Lucas Prado, 85 Hancock Street. With regards to right of way, they were within 5 to 10, not even, probably 5 feet of my fence, which is another 15 to 20 feet from the tracks. So please define right of way.
Yes, can you go to the proposed site slide? So, apologies that it's zoomed out, a larger figure can, be provided. But our right of way is the part of land that the MBTA owns from usually it's from the bottom of the toe of the slope, toe of the slope. Certain locations when we're elevated would be top of slope, top of slope. But for your location around your house, I'm assuming it's around the 85 to the 110 feet.
Yeah, it's at 85.
85 feet. So we own the space of 85 feet from the edge, so it's edge of property to edge of property. If you believe that trees were removed that were on your property, this is separate than this. I could give you my card. That's something we can totally explore and have that site restaked for property lines. But the property was staked. We know this was staked. We do it occasionally. We have all our right of way staked, but when we have new projects, we always redo. And to address I know it was more of a comment to the commission regarding the wetland delineation by Seacamp Environmental. I understood it was done during the winter. I think you would have some wetland science to say that's the best time to do it, so vegetation isn't in the way, so you could see the hydrology. But at the end of the day, those ditches do not connect to BBW, so that's why they're not considered BBW or wetland source, and that's based off the hydric soils and the data 2, I think, log that he provided. But that question I know was towards the commission.
You want to say something?
I do. It's better than whispering. This has gone on almost 2 hours now. I still think there's commission questions, and there's questions from, abutters. We've asked for some information, but, respect for our other agenda items, I don't think we're gonna get through this discussion part tonight. I'm just throwing that out there.
No, it's a valid point. So I think the ask then would be for you to agree to continuance. There's already been a few things that we've asked you to provide and you've agreed. So I'm looking for continuance if you would agree with that.
Not only continuance, but continue with the understanding that we're not even through the review of this project.
Yeah, so the first continuance, you don't need our approval. The Conservation Commission can continue without our approval. It's the next hearing that we have that it could be at that point that we request a vote. I mean, it'd be great if you guys voted right now. We would like that. But if there's still some outstanding questions related to, that we haven't addressed related to the WPA, we could talk about that at the next hearing.
So before we end this, why don't we list the things that we believe we've asked for?
Any chance we can get that in writing? I can write as much down as possible, but if there any way
This is really just for the commission to make sure that I have them all. I will provide this to you in writing. Okay. And we do have we have the recording too on RCTV.
I just want to make sure we.
So this is probably not a comprehensive list, so fill in, so we want a list of NEPA thresholds. We want, I think they're provided, but I'm gonna say wetland data sheets. You talked about section 7 through Fish and Wildlife. It'd be nice to review that.
we could provide the report.
More information on the alternatives and detail on the track plans, SDS forms, what keeps them in place. I think we found that out, but I guess there's going to be a detail provided.
Can I ask one comment? Is there a difference between SDS and MSDS? Because I think you said MSDS.
Yeah.
Is there a difference? There is a difference between them? Okay.
Okay. MSDS. The drip pan, there was a request to have it beyond 85 feet, which I guess is the locomotive, but we observed that this oil slick was right back to the elevated platform. So that would require more pan. What is the turn back procedure? And Jim had some great information, which I hope he provides to the commission. And I would like to pick and choose out of what he mentioned tonight of more things, but it was like spill response or spill, all that kind of stuff. And then there was a question about how do you monitor each day? Like, so we usually ask, how long does the project take? How do you monitor each day if the erosion control needs to be replaced or if it's still in good shape? And, you know, spill prevention kits and, you know, that kind of information would be needed. And then I guess, so there was another question, kind of like the meet the thresholds in the EJ community, reasoning behind no action. So that was, I think it would be appropriate to answer like that you don't meet the threshold and the EJ community, whatever the answer to that to, it might be the very same thing. So, and then I guess a better picture or something that shows the right of way. That's what I have. Is there anything else?
A full, like that, just like a.
Yeah, for me, I don't know why. I mean, I think it was about who was cutting down trees. I didn't understand why the DBH was important, but it seems like there's some sidetrack you got to go down with this gentleman over here who feels like some trees were cut down that didn't belong to the MBTA.
Is that correct? Or
I just want to know if they were recorded for the process. That's it. I still have some questions, so what I'm going to do is in order to move forward, I think everyone should be able to email me your questions and I will email them to the applicants, or at least that far in advance for our next meeting.
To Chuck, not to everybody.
Yeah.
And the next hearing date is the 22nd, 24th?
Yes, 22nd.
I think it's the 22nd.
Yeah. It's the 8th.
Yes, 22nd.
Okay, so can I have a motion to continue this to October 22nd?
I move to continue the hearing on the MBTA turnback track to October 7th.
Walter Talbot seconds that motion. Walter Talbot votes in favor.
Arthur Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for everyone's time.
Thank you.
Okay. Wait just a minute for the.
Trees, I have no idea. It was farther. But I witnessed them come down. And I actually had to be street. Let them know. Yes.
So if you, with that.
This was like. Once again, I don't know if you're on track for that type of stuff, but I know Joe's got two tracks down.
Yeah.
If they
found the track, they should.
But I don't think anybody.
I also have.
I forgot my card.
I have video.
In my backyard. Yeah, I think it's appropriate. So. They're also 1 mile from the station, so whatever. I can also bring it to shop. I would suggest.
I just got them, so they'll come in a second. The next, Maureen and
I just want to make sure everybody's.
I just.
Woke us up outside.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay, now we can move on to the next one at long last. This is 0 Small Lane. I'll read the blurb. Open the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by Joseph Marino pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Wetland Protection Act, and or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. For proposed tree cutting, limited project roadway crossing retaining walls, wetland alteration, wetland replication, drainage, to construct a single-family dwelling, porch, walkway, driveway, rooftop infiltration, grading, and associated utilities. All the work is within the buffer zone with bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under current project. Assessors map 40, 41, lot 153 and 29. Also 22 small lane map 40, lot 155, DEP file number 270-0803.
Thank you, commission members. For the record,
Thanks for sticking with us.
almost all safe outside. For the record, my name's Jack Sullivan. I'm owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. I'm here with Maureen Harold of Norse Environmental Specialist and the applicant, Joe Moreno. We're here to discuss a one-lot subdivision. I just want to correct you one thing. DEP has not issued a file number yet for this project.
I wonder where that number came from.
I know it showed on your agenda. There was a file number, but it's still pending the check clearing.
Thank you.
Also want to note that all abutters were noticed by certified mail, and proof of the mailings were provided to Chuck. I also want to let you know that we filed, the same day we filed with Concom, we filed with the CPDC, and we have a meeting November 4th with CPDC. I just want to give some brief history on this site. I know this is a new application. This has been around the block a little bit. Brian and Martha know some of the history, but some of the new members do not, but some of it's relevant to this island itself. So some history on the project. Back in 2019, I had prepared plans for a preliminary subdivision for 2 lots. There were going to be 2 house lots proposed on the site. And a preliminary subdivision was approved by CPDC, but we never followed up with a definitive subdivision, so that's run its course. That's no longer. In 2019, we filed an NRAD with the commission, and ORAD was issued in August of 2019. LEC did a peer review on the wetland delineation. And I want to let the commission know the ORAD, even though it was approved in 2019, it's still in force due to multiple federal extensions. So the ORAD is actually still in effect December of 2024. We had multiple DRT meetings with the town on this project over the years when it was for the 2 lots. Next Wednesday, I have one with the town. Chuck will probably be there, the planner, fire chief, town engineer. So we're having a DRT on Wednesday. But I did want to point out the reason I bring that up is over the course of time, the town engineer and the town planner said that this had to be a road. It could not just be a driveway getting back to the site. And the fire department wanted a turnaround. Right now, small lanes, a dead end road, no turnaround. So part of the benefit of this extension is now we'd have a fully compliant turnaround for emergency vehicles. Okay, in 2021, we submitted plans for a 2-lot subdivision, a different applicant, but I just wanted Martha and Brian know this. There were 2 peer reviewers assigned for that project. LEC, again, did the peer review for all the wetland work. As I get into it, it involves the stream crossing. And the Horsley Wind Group was selected to review the drainage, and there were 3 reviews on the drainage and on the wetlands involving the crossing. And we were very close. Everything was very close. It was just some loose ends, and then the applicant withdrew. We didn't go forward. Then Joe came on the scene. He's in a purchase and sale to purchase this now. He's a whole new applicant. But I thought this history was important for especially with the ORAD, and to see that when I get into the design, the actual road design is really the same as the 2-lot, but now we're doing 1. So, do you have my set of plans, Chuck?
Oh, is everybody watching me?
I'm over now, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, go back to this. There you go.
Okay. Do you have my cover sheet of the sheets?
is,
pre-development.
so, yeah, I was, hold on. If you can talk a little bit longer, I'll see if I can find it. I looked this afternoon and I noticed that we didn't upload a plan. So I started looking for one and I found a few things, didn't open them to check because it was really close to the meeting.
I can continue to talk to see if we find it.
Do you know what day you sent it on?
Try to forward an email to you. So let me, I'll just talk. I prepared a list of plans, there's 8 sheets. On the cover sheet, this property consists of 3 lots of land totaling 14.2 acres. Okay, so the majority of this site is made up of 18 small lane. There's a small section of number 22 small lane where there's an existing access easement through their property. That's going to be conveyed over to Joe following approvals to become part of the roadway. And there's a piece of landlocked land to the rear of 366 Charles Street that's part of this development. Also on the cover sheet, I list a number of design waivers we're going to be seeking from the CPDC. Of interest to the Concom on the waiver list, I'm requesting a waiver of pavement width down to 24 feet. CPDC requires 30 feet of pavement. They also require sidewalks on at least one side. I'm requesting a waiver of sidewalks where it's just one house lot. The reason for me doing that, when we get into this, you'll see we need to take down like 57 trees on site. We're putting in a roadway. We're filling some wetlands. We're replicating some wetlands. So I'm trying to limit the amount of impervious surfaces to try to keep the wetland impact down and my stormwater systems to a minimum. So typically I will receive those waivers of 24 feet pavement. Is basically standard for two-way traffic. Going back in time, I did try reducing this to 22 feet at one point in time, but the town engineer said no. Because with snow and build up, he thought 24 should be the minimum. So that's what we're doing. Oh, that's it, Chuck. Okay. Then if we go to the next plan set, yep, that's it. So this is a lotting plan. This is what I talked about, the 14.2 acres, small lane. It ends in like a hammerhead, as you can see on the plan. It's truly not a hammerhead though. On paper, it shows it as a hammerhead, but the pavement just dead ends. There's no turnaround. So we're in that hatched area that you see on the screen. That's the access easement through number 22. And then we continue the road and we have a fully compliant cul-de-sac. It's a 50-foot right of way and it'll open up to one lot at the end, and I show a drain easement to get back to a detention basin that I'll talk about more. So that's the lotting plan. Yeah, I should note that this roadway will be private. Small lane is a private road now. This extension will be private. So that's good. We can go to the next sheet.
So what you're saying with the fire department and whoever else was the CPDC? I don't know, but they want you to build that cul-de-sac. It's not just proving that you can. So this is going in.
Right. I met, Joe met, we met together with one of the assistant fire chiefs and the town engineer. I forget if you were there, Chuck, or not. But they said, oh no, because we were talking about, going to one lot and could we eliminate the turnaround? And the fire chief said, no way. We need something. It doesn't have to be a round cul-de-sac. You could do a T, hammerhead, different configurations, but you still need a large area even for hammerhead turns or anything like that. So we just left the full cul-de-sac. Also, it was going to come up later in my presentation. A lot of towns like to see like a landscaped island in the middle. It reduces impervious surfaces. It gives some landscaping. Town of Reading, DPW, and fire department do not like landscape islands. You probably know that. For plowing reasons and then emergency access, they feel it can conflict with movements.
So this is going to be a road?
It'll be a road.
And does DPW have to take care of it?
They'll probably plow it for safety reasons. But for maintenance, it's private, so the town will not repair it.
So there's an inner circle and an outer circle. What's the outer circle? Is that sidewalk or is that just the extent
The
of
outer
the?
circle's the right of way, the inner circle's the edge of the curb.
So the inner circle is all that's going to be built.
Yeah.
But it does cross the 25-foot and the 35-foot. And on one side, it's pretty close to the wetlands. All right, I just wanted to make sure everyone kind of got that.
We go to the next sheet, Chuck. This is the existing conditions plan. So it shows, what I did on this, it shows all the topography, the wetland lines that, as I stated, were approved through the ORAD process. They show the 25 and 35-foot buffer zones. All the BVW flags were done by Norse Environmental. I also show all the trees 6 inches or greater. And as I mentioned in the beginning, there'll be 57 trees to be removed as part of this project for the roadway in the single-family house development.
Can I ask a question? So how many were going to be removed with the original submission?
51.
So it's 6 more, 51.
Jack, when you say trees, is there a certain diameter, DBH?
6 inches or greater. Yep. And that's a CPDC requirement. I think it's your requirement as well, but anything over 6 inches. And I'm not a tree expert. I don't pretend to be one, but I do break out hardwoods versus pine trees. So I did break that out. That's as good as I can. I don't know all the different types, but I do break out hardwood versus softwood. One thing to note, and Brian will remember this, but as you come into the site, there's 2 wetlands that are separate, but there's an old 12-inch drain. There's like a cart path, and there's a 12-inch drain that connects the wetlands, but it's silted in. It hasn't been active for a long time. It wasn't active in 2019. It's still not active. But that's what we're going to get into with the stream crossing. That where it connects to wetlands, even though it's silted in, it's not active. We have to meet stream crossing standards. I'll get more into that with design. As far as the existing conditions plan, again, I did do a number of soil test holes for the drainage system. They were witnessed by the town of Reading Engineering Department. Great soils, all sand and gravel, high groundwater table. But really good soils for infiltration.
So by high groundwater table, is there a potential problem with the stormwater? Like the 2 foot, you have to do a mounding analysis.
I did do a mounding and so under DEP stormwater, I need a 2-foot separation from the high groundwater table to the bottom of my drain system. So that gets into, when I did the stormwater design, I have to look at, I tried to do I looked at doing like low impact. And I will submit a stormwater checklist. I think I missed that in the notice of intent, and Chuck did ask me for it. And I haven't, but I'll get that too. But I did look at doing low impact, maybe some infiltration trenches along the side of the road and eliminate curbing. But we're so close to the wetland, and under the DEP stormwater policy, you have to be so far from wetlands with infiltration. It didn't work. And Chuck's right, I do have to show a 2-foot separation. I'm able to, where I'm showing the detention basin out back. I'll get into that more later. But if I try to do infiltration in my roadway, I would really have to build the roadway up tremendously high to achieve that stormwater separation. I'd have higher retaining walls. I would have had more disturbance to wetlands. But I was able to take all the drainage and bring it out to the back of the lot, and I'm able to get a 2-foot separation, and I meet all DEP stormwater requirements. If you go to the site plan next, Jack. Okay, so this is the actual proposed design. So as I talked about, we had that 12-inch drain that's silted in, kind of like in the middle of the roadway extension. So we need to cross that. And crossing that, we're proposing a 3-sided open box culvert. 18 feet wide, 41 feet long. And with stream crossings, you have to meet stream crossing standards, which means there has to be a minimum span and an openness requirement. I meet all those requirements. That was part of the peer review that was done by Janet Bernardo, of course, the minimum span had to be 1.2 times whatever the bank width was. Our bank width ranged from 10 to 12 feet. So I'm 18 feet wide on the box, so I meet that. There's also an openness ratio where you look at where your water will come up to, and you have to keep so much freeboard in the box culvert. You need a minimum 2 feet. I have 2 feet.
Jack, I'm just gonna interrupt you just to say, this sounds like you proposed exactly what our peer reviewer looked at the last meeting.
That's correct.
All right, so, yeah, we have a lot of new members, but we just want to make sure that if you're proposing the same thing, the peer reviewer approved this plan. So we did go through peer review.
So I'm trying to bring everyone else up to speed. Martha and Brian may not remember all this. That was a long time ago too. So as I stated, I think I stated this in the opening, 24 feet of pavement, asphalt curbing on both sides, no sidewalk. So with the asphalt curbing, that's another waiver. The CPDC would want to see granite curbing for cost, and where's a private road, we're going to request asphalt berm. We'll see how that goes. I think we have a good case for it. I mentioned the full cul-de-sac, no landscape island. The water and sewer mains will be extended on Small Lane up through this roadway. We'll have a hydrant at the end of the cul-de-sac for fire protection. As far as conservation goes, these are some important numbers. We're filling 566 square feet of wetland. That'll be permanently altered. There'll be 210 square feet to be temporarily altered. And we're proposing 1,367 square feet of wetland replication. So your local bylaw requires, if you're going to fill wetlands, you need to replicate at least at a 2-to-1 ratio, and we exceed. And that was all reviewed by LEC as well. That's the same. Those numbers are the same as the previous scenario. Site drainage, all the same, but I'll go through it. We have a series of deep sump catch basins. So when I say deep sump, there's gas hoods and there's 4-foot sumps. We have a storm scepter. I have an outlet control structure. Water will be collected in the roadway and from the house and piped back to a detention basin in the rear yard. Even though this is a 1-lot subdivision, I created a drainage easement because where this is going to remain private, not sure, and Joe does have an attorney for the CPDC meeting. We're not sure if the CPDC may require a homeowners association for maintenance. And then I figured with a 1-lot subdivision, I may not need a drain easement because Joe's going to own it and have to maintain it. But then I thought if Small Lane, if anyone ever came in and looked to get this accepted, then there'd be an easement in place. If the town did decide to accept it, there'd be an easement that can be turned over, and then the town would take over. That's probably is some chance of that happening, but you know what happens in the future. So even with the detention basin, I have a 4-bay. In my stormwater report, there's sizing for a 4-bay. So when water comes, before it goes into the detention basin, there's riprap stone. It's sized so that any suspended solids can be removed as part of my total suspended solids removal calculation. Then the water continues into the basin, and then I have an emergency overflow from the basin from my storm events. So the commission knows the 2- and 10-year storm is fully contained in this detention basin. For reference for anyone listening at home, a 10-year storm's 5.2 inches of rain in 24 hours. So a 5-inch rain event, no water's gonna flow out of this basin. It'll all be stored, infiltrated. Only in a 25 or 100-year storm, some water will move out. But I'm tasked with, there can't be a greater peak rate of water moving off site and volume water. And in all cases, I'm below this.
Jack, if the water did go, if you did exceed that, where would the water go?
To the wetland.
So it wouldn't make the house conditions on Charles and Haverhill any
No.
different there?
And that's the 100-year storm. There's still less volume of water coming off even when it goes off. Because even in that 100-year event, I'm storing, but this is the drainage pipe coming down. I should note, the house Joe's proposing, we're gonna tie all the roof leaders into this as well. So we're infiltrating the entire roof area of the house. This basin will fill up in a large storm event. There's a spillway right here, and it would go to the wetland. But even when it exceeds the 25 or 100-year storm, as I said, the volume of water will be less moving to that wetland than it does. Because I know, and that was peer reviewed, because at our first meeting, there were a number of neighbors from Charles Street who were concerned.
And Haverhill Street.
Yeah, with basements flooding, and so that's why we had a peer review for reviews. But they were happy with it. And as I said, I will provide the stormwater checklist, talk about how I looked at some of the impact options that just didn't work. As far as erosion control measures, at the limit of work line, we'll put in a 12-inch diameter stake mulch stock backed by silt fence. And coming in, we'll have a temporary crushed stone driveway entrance to be installed. I have a detail for that so that any construction vehicles coming in and out, that way they won't track any silt or mud out to small lane to dig. That basically completes my presentation. Maureen is here. There's some questions on the wetland restoration application we're proposing, or the bank restoration. I do have a detailed worksheet that was peer reviewed by LEC on that bank crossing. And like I said, we were very close. It's the same detail we had before. So really, I want to make the introduction tonight. We don't have the DEP file number. We still have to go to CPDC, but CPDC wouldn't want to see us until we at least met with all of you, because they want to see how you'd receive this project before I even.
Are you saying that's it for tonight and you're willing to come back to another meeting? You don't even want to hear our questions? Oh, I was just wondering if you wanted to continue, or if you're just saying like, that's all you're gonna do for tonight and you'll come back to
No,
the next meeting.
I'd like to get board feedback tonight. I had talked just when I first came in with Joe and we met with Chuck, and that's why we kind of wanted to show that, you know.
So Jack, in the interest of getting home before the break of dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll turn it over, but the idea was we had two sets of
I
peer
understand.
reviewers, and so tonight we'd at least like to come out and say, hopefully no peer review, or if you think a peer review is necessary, but we'd like any comments, and obviously we need to continue because we don't have and we haven't gone to CPDC.
Okay, good. Okay. Any questions from the commission?
You said the 100-year storm was 5.2 inches,
No, the 10-year storm,
10-year storm. And under what duration?
24-hour period. So a 10-year storm's 5.2 inches over 24 hours. The 100-year storm's 8.25 inches over 20 hours.
The NOAA released data back on August 5th. They gave a range now. They're saying it could be as much as 6.4.
I heard this. So I had a meeting in Lexington last week, and the precipitation tables that they have us use in Lexington, a 100-year storm was like a 9-inch storm, but now there's something like you said, Walter, they're saying, oh, it could be between 9.5 and 11 inches. And the decision, do we make you design to that, or it wasn't accepted yet, but you're right, there are some publications we've seen higher rainfalls, even though we're in a drought right now, but historically we're seeing heavier rains. But I followed what's required in the DEP stormwater for the precipitation tables.
So what did you use? Like, was that, what's this rainfall event you used? Is it TP40? Is that what, do I get that right? I don't know if that's it, or if you used.
So when Janet Bernardo reviewed this, I had picked one to use. She wanted me to use NOAA
NOAA Atlas 14,
Volume 10.
and you use that for this here?
Yep.
Okay,
Walter?
that's what I think.
NOI.
It's
Atlas
14, volume 10, version 3, and then redone on August 5th.
He knows more about that. Yeah.
That stormwater guy.
But the peer reviewer direct me to that. I was using another one. It was similar.
So, in the previous hearing, the reason why he can just cite this in the hearing a number of weeks ago, whatever, we had a similar situation and our decision was that whatever was the standard at the time of the submittal is the one we would go by. So whatever one that is what we'd be expecting you to hit.
They're saying,
Unless it's better, unless it's more stringent, you've gone with that. I think that's what you've done here. So,
I just want to be consistent.
well, yeah, okay.
Any other question? Any question?
Right. Yeah, I'm really glad that you're using the same stream crossing because we've already peer reviewed that. You're using the same wetland replication. We've already peer reviewed that, so that might streamline some of what we're doing. But I do have some questions. You answered the one about the roof runoff. I don't see a plot plan that shows what your new contour lines will be. I'm only seeing the old contour lines. And clearly where the house is drawn in is where the mountain went up to the top. And it looks like you're probably shaving off the top of that hill some.
I am, and I showed some proposed spot grades at the corners, but I'll revisit that and see if I have to add some contours. I think I was trying to match it. It's a hill and he's gonna take that hill down. And I show proposed spot grades at all four corners and a garage grade.
Are those the ones that are in parentheses?
Yes, yeah,
Okay. All right, but what about the ground outside the house? Is
that's
that-
what I'll check Martha. Maybe I need to add more detail. I think I tried to match pretty closely and I show one proposed contour out at the edge of the roadway, but let me see what happens in between.
Okay. My second question, we've got this blob of polka dots showing the snow storage area.
Yeah.
And the driveway goes right through it.
Yeah, I have to change that.
Yeah. It worked for the previous plan, but you might rethink where you put the snow.
Yeah, I'll change that.
Okay, and I think you've answered it already, but one of our hopes with asking last time to make this a one-house subdivision instead of a two-house subdivision was whether we could make the road any smaller and impact the wetland any. And it looks from the plan like it's the exact same road. Okay, so reducing the number of houses cuts down less trees on the top of the hill, but it doesn't affect the road. Okay.
But what I'll do, Martha, is if, when I go to the DRT meeting Wednesday and Chuck sits in on those as well, I could mention that I brought it up to the commission. They're wondering if there's any flexibility in shrinking the width of the road.
Yeah,
And I tried
especially
that
because it
before. I tried
impacts
getting
the
down to
wetland.
22 and the town engineer didn't like that idea. And I'll ask.
Okay, and I would love to see tree protection on any of the trees that are not being taken down. You're saving some trees along the left side of the roadway closer to the replication area. And there's a bunch of trees up at the top of the hill that are not being cut. So if we can try to make sure that the bulldozer doesn't gash them as it goes by, that would be great. All right, so, and then my biggest question has to do with trees, which is you're taking down 57 trees. What are you gonna do about that? Are you planting any replacement trees or what's your proposal for what to do about all this loss of tree?
I know it's a lot of trees. If you go to page 8, our wetland replication and crossing, we are doing an extensive planting of the wetland replication.
Yeah.
With shrubs and trees.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that'll, we'll talk more about that, but obviously there's a fee if, with your tree policy. I'll want to discuss that at the next meeting a little bit, but I wanted to maybe see if we could get some credit for what we're planting back versus what's removed and see what we get.
So we can talk about it.
We can talk about it, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that the wetland replication makes up for the trees you're taking out every place else, because it's making up for the wetland that you're taking away, if that makes sense.
Does make sense.
And it looks to me like the stone masonry fireplace will be taken out when that replication area is made, because it's right in the middle of that triangle. Yeah. Okay. Those were my questions for tonight.
Okay, I have a couple of things for tonight. The first is your second alternative analysis is talking about you consider the common driveway. I assume that's just left over from last time because you only have one house, but you can just take that section right out. And I would just like you to pay attention to the invasives. I know you talk about there's some invasives and you want to do a survey when you get to it and everything, but obviously a lot of invasives take multiple hits to really eradicate them. So just see if you can see a good invasive management plan, that would be helpful. Both for getting rid of them and then keeping them out for the magic 3 years. Right. I think that's all I need to ask for tonight. Yeah, that's all I need for tonight, so. Chuck, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. So I don't want to rehash the stream crossing, but I was just wondering why you decided to use two 18-inch culverts instead of one 3-sided box culvert. And how does that affect the openness ratio? And it just seems to me that the larger 3-sided culvert would be better.
I did pick up 3-sided. It's an open bottom. It's a 3-sided box culvert. And we went as wide as we did, so that the bank.
And it's 18 inches. This is what I'm seeing here.
18 feet.
18 feet from one end to the other.
Yeah, so it's big.
Okay.
And it's 4 feet high.
It's late, Chuck, it's okay.
It is late. I'll go on to my next question.
Okay.
I thought, so, yeah, for a couple of days, I'm going, what? I thought it was much larger than.
Because the bank's 10, it averages about 10. I have to have a span 1.2 times the widest, and we needed some room to work to put erosion control to protect, even though it's silted in. So that we worked that out through the whole period thing, how that should.
So we don't want Maureen sitting over there just not saying anything. So we were just wondering if, I was just wondering if you can just go and let us know how you determine bankful width on this particular rushing stream.
It was totally dry today in spite of the rain this morning.
You could just tell us how typically it's done.
So because
Can you
the,
introduce yourself, please?
sure, Maureen Harold, North Environmental Services. So the bankful width isn't consistent through the whole area. So we took the average of the bankful width, which was 10 feet. So there were some spots that was 6 feet, there was some spots that was 8 feet, there were some spots that was 12 feet. And then you had the culvert up gradient. And that was peer reviewed by Ann Martin at LEC, and she agreed with that findings as well.
So with that, at that point, this is where I was asking for, how are you gonna replicate the existing stream base? I don't think we ever got to an answer at the last one, but what I'm wondering today is, are you going to standardize that channel so it is consistent? Or how is the inside where the stream flows, what is that gonna look like at the end of the day? Is there a detail of that? And here, are we just gonna try to take pictures, do a pebble count, and just try to replace exactly what's there?
So the good news is, with the size of this culvert, we're essentially spanning the existing stream that's there.
Mhm.
Completely. So we're not going to be touching it. The only thing is that we're doing is that 12-inch silted in pipe. We're gonna end up removing that.
Yeah.
So that's the only work in terms of removing that pipe. And we'll remove that pipe and we can line it with wattles to try and maintain the stream that's there, that's upgrading.
So I'm hoping that there's a wetland which I don't know if it's upgrading or downgrading it because I don't know how this works around the island that where the house is being built. But there's a house right on the corner, right there, and I think it's getting backed up and the water's flooding the backyard. Over time, it's probably just turned into a wetland. But if this stream during the work, if you were able to kind of improve the flow, it would be a little bit better. I would consider that an improvement. So that's why I'm asking you. It sounds like you just want to like put the abutments in, drop the cage on top of it or whatever this is, and then leave everything underneath the same. Or are you going to do a little work on the stream that's going to be underneath this three-sided box culvert?
So the intent with meeting the stream crossing standards as well as implementing this type of box culvert is to minimize the impact to everything that's out there. So the house that's having flooding, I think that's up gradient.
Mm-hmm.
As you go down Small Lane, it's on the right, I believe.
Yeah.
And part of that problem is that culvert that's there right now is silted in and has not been functioning. So that homeowner has been experiencing a lot of flooding in the backyard. That's the house you're referring to.
Yes.
Correct? So once we remove that silted in culvert and we put in this fancy smancy box culvert, it'll improve flow from the upgrading of wetland. So I'm not stating that it's gonna fix her flooding problems, but I think it would help alleviate some of them.
Should reduce it.
I'm sorry.
Should reduce it.
Yeah, right. It should help in theory.
Okay. That's good. I hope there's more of an improvement. I mean, I do want you to keep the stream as much as it exists now. I mean, you're pulling out the culvert. I mean, there's really, that's going to become the stream, that straight line where the culvert is. And that's not natural. So, you know, we really want to try to create a natural area. So maybe that can be thought about when you know, you're doing that part of it.
So we could probably match the down gradient, so where you have the 12-inch silted in culvert, and then down gradient, it opens up a bit. Do you remember that from being out on the site? So we could probably try and match the down gradient stream to open it up. The width of it.
I think that would be a good idea, and would be very helpful.
Can I interrupt for a second? You say down gradient. My memory is the water flows. If you're facing the property and the houses are behind you, the water flows left to right.
Correct.
So the down gradient is to the right?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure because it looks a little bit more open to the left, but I think the flow is going that way.
Right. So we could work on matching where that pipe is now. We'll remove it and maybe
matching the overall width down gradient stream. I mean,
Right.
essentially, once it starts flowing, the stream's gonna create itself, any,
Mhm.
we can help it a lot.
Yeah, I just don't think calling sediment that's built up there over the last 25 years a stream or bank. I mean, we can improve that a little bit, and I think that's what you're talking about, so that's a good idea.
We can work on it.
All right. And my last question for tonight is just, I was just more of this culvert thing. So you know that that culvert's not gonna be inundated in any storm, right? All the way up to the 100-year storm. Correct. Based on the NOAA Atlas 14 plus, whatever it is. Okay, that's, I'm done.
One last thing I want to say, I should have said in the beginning, I am in the butter. I'm not recusing myself, I'm gonna be impartial, same as the last time we did. Should have
Yeah,
mentioned that
so-
earlier. So, any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the huge audience?
There is a lot of people here. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to say something? Please use the raise hand function. And we'll call on you.
Hearing nothing?
Also, before we kind of like, well, let's come back to the commission right now, because I'm gonna say I'm very upset that we're putting in a cul-de-sac at the, for one house. It's impacting our 25, 35 foot, 25 foot is the zone of natural vegetation, 35 foot is the no structure zone. I know that it's, the fire department usually asks for these things. I was hoping, I do remember that yes, I was at the meeting. I thought we were talking about a hammerhead that wouldn't look like so much disturbance. So I think it's important that the commission lets the applicant know for our DRT meeting that this is not acceptable. This is way too much.
I would much.
Way too much pavement.
I would much prefer a hammerhead as
I don't want them
well.
to go in there thinking, oh, it didn't even come up.
Yeah, I was gonna go do the math and figure out what the difference is in the impervious, but.
It's, why do they want? I wish this wasn't recorded because I'd love to be funny right now, but I'm just gonna say, why do they have to be able to turn around at the top?
So I can answer that. Because the alternative, they have to back out, and that's a long way to back out, and they're concerned about the.
And they look at this as an opportunity. They have a dead end now. They have to back out. Now they can get a fully compliant turnaround. My thought was when I first met with Joe, I said, now that we have one house, if I just sprinkler the house, we can probably do away with the turnaround. I don't need it if he has if he has a sprinkler system. Like you saw, even the hammerhead, it sounds good, but a hammerhead, come up, let's say you go to a T, you go 60 feet each way, and it's 24 feet wide.
Yeah.
So
Not gonna say
I'd
too
still
much.
be in your zones. But we can talk about it at the DRT, Chuck, and this is why I wanted to meet with you guys first. And we know sometimes boards have different opinions on, CPDC has a different set of standards than Concom. You're looking at the environment, they're looking at more public safety and turning movements, and the fire department carries a lot of weight because of public safety.
So where the existing end of Small Lane is now, was it discussed at that point, that would be where the cul-de-sac is, and then it would just be a driveway up to the new house?
Can't, because even that hammerhead wouldn't support their turn.
I'm turn that into the culvert.
I can't, because I'm dealing with, you got number 22. Take that bubble and try to move it down. It's difficult.
But even then, wouldn't there be an issue, unless they can run the fire lines
I'd
that
be filling
distance, right?
even more wetland there, Chuck. So where I have the cul-de-sac now, I'm close to your wetland, but I'm not filling wetland. I am within the 25. But further down, that's where the stream crossing, I'd be filling a ton of wetland in that area.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, look at the size of the house compared to the culvert. I mean, it's gonna need its own little zip code there.
Cul-de-sacs are huge.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And
Yeah, they weren't gonna be
it's
funny.
not, it's private. They have to accept it, and they still won't let you vegetate the center of it. So I see that it's crossing, it's not, you can't tell on this one. And this one here, you can see that it's crossing the 25 and 35 foot. Let me go back. There's one
Part of
really
this,
good one.
the town has a dead end road line, 500 feet. Small lane's already 350 feet. Now I'm extending it 300. So I'm requesting a waiver for a dead end road to be greater than 500 linear feet. In order to support that waiver, part of my thing is, well, I have a turnaround now where you don't have one. So CPDC will see that as a benefit and probably grant the relief on the dead end road. If I didn't have a turnaround, they might say, we don't support your waiver, you're just making the dead end worse.
And why don't they just, how come this, I've heard it before where they just prove that you can do it and then they allow a driveway.
The only thing I could do
And
is
that's
like,
CPDC, I
I've done things on commercial sites, not like roads, where we do like a open paver and we grass it, or it's a plastic with stone, and it's a different surface than a pavement that you can, that a fire truck, an H20 rated vehicle can drive on with a different surface. I don't know if the fire, it requires some maintenance. So these are things I can talk about next Wednesday, that it came up, and let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
I'll probably lose it because I'll have fire and engineering, but Chuck will be out there.
The only other thing I could see from this plan is if you made the road a little bit longer and the front yard of the house a little bit smaller, you'd pull your cul-de-sac into the wider part of that drumlin. It wouldn't help a lot, but it would help a little bit. If you look at plot 4, sheet 4, you can see where the house is.
Yeah, you're right in the, yeah.
And to go back, this is a new application, but just as we talked about, when Anika was on the commission, we actually did things to realign the cul-de-sac as I show it now to try to balance the site and limit the amount of impact. I actually
Adjusted the driveway, yeah.
So there was a lot of discussion with the commission, and this is how we got to this design, basically.
Anything else, Chuck? He says,
No, well, again, I think that it's late and there's further discussion just on the presentation here, so.
oh, we are coming back, so.
Yeah.
So when's your?
Number 4, plan for CPDC.
Okay, so our next meeting, well, our meetings in November are the 12th and the 26th.
No, we have one.
Oh, so it's the 12th.
Well, you should, is there more to discuss before they talk to CPDC? Because we have the 22nd. They go back on the 22nd and see if we can move it forward a little bit. Or do we need to hear what CPDC says? We'll have the input from the DRT meeting.
The problem I have is that I haven't had the plans to go over in detail. So I did look at Martha's hard copy today in the site visit, but I went online and it wasn't there, so I haven't had time to really play with it.
Well, we usually do that within the 2 weeks in between the meeting. Why doesn't that work this time?
I see what you're saying. Right, so rather than wait, yeah, good point. So we could have another meeting even before planning. I think that's worth it. Okay. Did it work for you, 22nd?
That work for you, Joe? Yeah, that works for us.
And I have a motion to continue this to October 22nd.
Move to continue this.
Oh, wait a
hearing.
minute. I have 2 hands up. Sorry.
We were so close.
Don't want to look in that direction.
It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
C's iPhone. I'm gonna, you can unmute right now. C's iPhone.
Can you unmute yourself and identify yourself, please?
Okay, we move on to,
Probably fell asleep.
yeah, we can,
Not that late. You've gone much better.
go on to.
Okay, here I am. I'm sorry about that. Hi,
Fine.
it's Christina Ladani. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, yes, I know I don't want to prolong your meeting. I'll definitely be in person with the next one. I had a just question about what's going to happen with the pump.
Before you do, can you give us your address, please?
I'm so sorry, 17 Small Lane.
Thank you.
So, with this, new construction, what will be happening with the sewage pump that was, installed about, what, 25 years ago?
That'll stay. That's still gonna be operational.
And will the, new house be using that as well?
Yes.
Okay, could we get the specs on that to make sure that it is adequate to be able to do another whole household? Since we just had the house on 22 built up, for a larger family.
I can check with the town engineer on that. Yeah, we're gonna have a 4-bedroom house, so we'd be adding 440 gallons per day, so it's a small amount of flow, but I'll find out that.
I'm sorry?
I'll find out that information from the town engineer.
Okay, that's great. And you'll present that at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, also a question with the 57 trees being removed, won't that take saturation away from the area and bring it cascading to Small Lane and also Charles Street?
No. No, I have a detailed drainage report.
I'm sorry?
I have a detailed drainage report that I submitted to the Conservation Commission.
Uh-huh.
Add this way, the microphone.
Oh, where is it? Oh, right by
Standing
you?
there might be better
All
off.
right, I'm right next to this guy. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I submitted a detailed drainage report where I model the site pre-development and then post-development, and I'm tasked with showing drainage for different storm events. So that's available, and I'm showing less water moving off the site in the post-development scenario, even with the tree removal.
Yes, and what was the answer with the replacement of the wetland trees?
We still have to talk more about that, but we're doing a wetland replication area, and I'm doing some trees and shrubs in that area. It won't equal the 57 being removed, but we're gonna try to tally up what we planted, see if we get some credit for that towards the 57. There'll be more discussion on that.
Okay, great, wonderful. That's all for now. Thank you very much for taking my questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Keith was another one. So Keith, you're on. Unmute yourself.
Can you introduce yourself, please, Keith?
Hi, thank you, Keith Detchmont, 390, and I'll be brief. I guess I just want to address water concerns as well. I wanted to bring it up earlier, but I couldn't find the raise your hand signal. So, I've lived at 392 Haverhill Street for over 25 years. Grew up on 398 Haverhill Street, probably 20 years there. So I've got about 45 plus years on the street. I'm just concerned about water. We are even in today's rain, there was standing water in the backyard. It's a little bit of a dry summer, obviously, but there's the spring, summertime here. There's constantly standing water back there. There was some comment about the culvert allowing for water to, I believe, move into the wetlands. And then the way I understand it, that drains into a culvert under Haverhill Street near 398 Haverhill Street and across into the woods over there. That culvert hasn't been touched by the town. I can't remember the last time. But I know I maintained it because I've cleaned out both ends of it on several occasions to help the water flow go. And so I just want to be on record. I'm concerned that I don't think that's there's been a lot of thought. It's a little bit of a cavalier approach, I think, considering that we're talking 10-year rain levels, 100-year rain levels, and with 45 years experience on the street, I can tell you that you want to come here in April and visit the site, you should bring a boat because it's pretty wet back here. So I just want to be on record. I'm concerned that there's going to be issues with the water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments we need to address? Anybody else online? Raise their hand.
So the commission, we will be issuing the stormwater permit for this, so I expect, whatever stormwater questions, and maybe a little more detail on how, when you have a forested area with a, leaf litter on the ground, it seems very absorbent and all that, how's that, I mean, just for everyone, how is that calculated? Now, we're removing the trees, we're removing that, we're putting in pervious surface. How do you come up with the stormwater stand? And I know there's that answer and it takes it into account and there's certain things that you have to check off. So for the next time, maybe that is something we can start out with.
Give it in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Quick. So when I'm doing drainage, you look at the land cover. So the existing conditions, this is woods, and you say if it's in good condition, poor or fair. And based on that, and based on the soil types, if it's an A, B, C, or D, A being great, like this is a great site, it's A, it's all sands and gravels. So you have an A type soil with woods that are in good condition. It gives you a value. It's a runoff number. It calculates how quickly water would move off the site for a wooded scenario. Now my site's going to pavement, grass, different surfaces. There's different runoff numbers for that. So I have to model all the proposed land use for this site. Some of it's going to stay woods, some of it's going to be grass, some of it's pavement, some of it's might be crushed out, you know, so I model all those different things and there's corresponding runoff numbers. So that when rain hits the ground, depending on the surface, it shows how quickly it would move or be absorbed. Now leaf litter, they don't really account for that. That's a 30-second. And we know when trees are removed, trees absorb water. They suck it up. So it's
I think
not,
they do in
it's
the
a model.
forest.
It's not perfect, but it's the model that everyone uses. It's HydroCAD, and that's what it's based on.
And so what is that all about? Why is all that needed? To ensure that you either meet or decrease, so go into that.
Meet or decrease, I don't cause a flooding problem on an abutting property.
And all the water stays on the property. So,
Exceeded your 30 seconds, so.
but we have to,
Try to
well,
be
that's
quick.
important because a lot of people are worried about that. I know with Annette Lane, it was
Right.
at least an hour and a half of discussion. So.
Probably not that tonight.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
I move to continue this hearing for Zero Small Lane to October 22nd.
Walter Talbot seconds that motion. Walter Talbot's in favor of that motion.
Michelle, in favor.
You in favor.
Arthur Moore in favor.
Rainbow in favor. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next one, 24.
No, I have a special. Can we skip over that for just 1 second? Got nothing. They're fine with it.
Mine seems so simple now.
So are you here for
So-
Dutton Road?
No, zero on that.
Oh, is there an act? Can we skip
We'll
over
skip
that for
over-
1
we'll
second?
skip the next
Well, I
one and
can-
do
wait a
that.
minute. I'll get something else here first.
The chairman's prerogative, we're going to change the agenda and take up 0 Annette Lane before we do 24 Dustin.
All right, see you guys. So I don't know if you have to say anything, but here's the process. Do you want to say something?
I can answer any questions. I mean,
Sure, so why don't you introduce yourself for the,
Just be brief.
yeah, be brief.
My wife Jess, we currently live in Boxford and we're looking to purchase 0 Net to build our home.
And so they have submitted a plan with me. They've shown me a plan that changes the approved layout of the house. It increases the size, shifts it around within what we allow. It's still within the 35-foot area. Let's see if I can grab it while you guys discuss this, but Brian's gonna go through the criteria.
Can I just get your names again?
Dale Harvey and Jessica Harvey.
I don't know if I.
Moral support.
Yeah.
She got here at 10.
My dad loves.
So I'm gonna be brief and I'm gonna just list out what the process is for a plan change request. So this happens after we've already issued an order of conditions. And then if for some reason the applicant comes back and wants to change, we have hearings like we're having now. You submit any pertinent paperwork to show the changes. And then we review the proposed changes and we have 3 possible outcomes. The first is that the plan change is insignificant and the order of conditions requires no amendment. The second is that the plan change is significant and the order of conditions requires an amendment. The third, that the plan change is sufficiently different from the approved plan that a new notice of intent or abbreviated notice of intent must be filed. So we'll have the hearing. There's certain timelines required. We have to give you a decision within 21 days of the applicant's notification. I don't know if we go into the rest of it, but essentially that's the point of it. So we're going to have this conversation, understand what we can, and then here we can tell you, is it basically administrative approval? We vote on it, go ahead. What are the other choices? A plan, order of condition change, or a whole new NOI. So having said that, does anybody have any questions?
Let me just set it up a little bit. So if you can look on the screen, you can see the grayed out house and driveway is what was approved. A couple of questions that we had, but it says, but this new plan shows a little bit more driveway where it says proposed driveway and expands over what is the existing driveway. And the house not only is larger, it's pushed to the back and turned on the property. Weren't sure if the trees, this is a question for the applicant, if all the trees represented there with the X's on it were already approved, or are there new ones that are going to be coming down and somewhere in that mix, there's
So all
Oh,
new
the
trees
that are
also.
actually already gone, they're already taken down. The ones that on the right, you can see, they're still existing, so there'll be no more tree removal. Everything that's down is down. I was able to make the house, the engineers were able to twist the house enough where we don't affect any of the other trees. So the old structure was, I think, 28 by 60. The new structure is 50 by 59, so it's a little bigger. It's more square than rectangle. But then I took the front porch and the rear porch.
That's a lot bigger. That's not a little bit bigger.
It's, yeah, roof wise, about 7 square more roofing. And because it was
1,600 to 3,000 roughly.
oh yeah, and I took the rear porch and the front porch and I raised them. I'm gonna do crushed stone underneath to get rid of less of the footprint of the actual foundation
Go
structure.
back to the houses for a second.
Yep.
So on this part here with proposed driveway, there are two that are marked that I'm assuming would have to go away and they're not Xed.
They're not, he put that, the engineer put, I told him I wanted to widen the driveway on the right a little bit, so he did propose, but we're not gonna take any trees down.
Okay, so the actual plan would be somewhat less.
It'd
than
be
is
more of a
actually
straight
shown.
line, yes. It's like 18 feet coming in, so you can almost double park, so I don't think we'll need the little side off. Still be using all the same rain babble infiltrators that we hooked up to the gutters for drainage. Like I said, all it really was just making more of a square structure and shifting it to the right. We didn't encroach in the easement any further in the back. We still got the 35-foot setback around the buffer.
Yeah. So there was a lot of abutters at this discussion, not only for the water, they thought there was going to increase flooding, but they also had site issues where they asked about visual screening and certain things about that and the proximity of the house to their own houses. So
one of the things that they stated for the record, which helped, they said no water would exit the property. Everything would be infiltrated or handled.
Yep.
That's still going to be true?
Yeah, same way the engineers had all the same infiltrators that he had the original proposed plan. Will still be hooked up to the new gutters.
It's a bigger house, more roof, more runoff. Is the size that was proposed before sufficient?
Yes, he said it was, and he'll redraw that up for us. I just wanted to get through the first meeting to make sure everything went.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Those numbers driven up, yeah.
So if there's questions or you're unsure about the trees, you're unsure about size of the house, the infiltration, that's not what we should be talking about tonight's meeting. If those questions aren't answered, you need to amend or a new notice of intent.
I guess what I'm looking for is to find out if the changes are significant enough to amend. Certainly the house is much bigger, trees are about the same, drainage is about the same or the same. I don't want to talk myself into something.
Well, how do you,
For amend, we do not give a butters notice.
we do give a butters notice.
Okay, for administrative approval, we don't give a butters notice. But for amend and notice of intent, those both require a butter notice.
They do. An amendment is exactly the same as a new notice of intent, except it doesn't have an application.
Yeah, we tried to make the existing work. She grew up in Reading and she's been trying to get back to Reading for
Far too long.
5 years now. This is
Yeah.
our opportunity, but the house just wouldn't work for our family, just, it wasn't.
So I'm thinking we should go for amended order of conditions. Reason being, there's a few other things that we think you need to do. That's still the middle ground. It's not a full NOI. Obviously, anybody can have their own opinion. But for example, the area to the right of the boardwalk, that area was damaged during the original work. So we'd like to see that properly reestablished.
Yeah.
And also the boardwalk on the Annette Lane side. It's kind of a too steep an angle on that. I'd like to see that come out,
So,
meet grade better.
Talked to the current owner, he said he's already changed that to ADA 2% approved that boardwalk. And he did, he said everything that's in that wood chip filled wetland area has grown in. And my discussion with Chuck is we'll add, I mean, I don't mind putting as much wetland seed as you guys want in there, and we plan on doing a ton of.
So we didn't get to that site visit today. We had too many other ones. But we will go look at it and have judgment on that area in the boardwalk itself.
And I don't mind planting, a lot more, and we're big in landscaping, so.
I'm also gonna look at the trees that were damaged during the previous work. Obviously, we have questions about their survivability.
Yeah.
So we're gonna want some kind of condition to cover that situation if in fact one or more of them don't survive. How many were there again that were damaged?
So there were 36 and that was taken.
The damaged ones.
Oh,
They looked at, I looked at them the other day.
No, there's more than
It's
three.
starting to grow
Yeah.
back in, ones with around the rock piles.
It was like 9.
I thought that's a fair number.
So-
So anyway, the bottom line is that's something we're gonna.
That
have
lack
to
balsam, it really hides damage. And it may be sufficient, but I just mentioned that those trees are a question mark. All the things you're talking about here is, would come up in the amended order of conditions. And I know that we're pressed for time. So I also think that's appropriate, but not for anything you mentioned. I think they changed the house. Well, the old order of conditions stands. And when we amend it, it's still in effect and we're just adding new conditions to it. So you're gonna be opening it up and the commissions can add new conditions that they want to this process. I mean, that's what you have to understand too, and you were there for the meeting. But I just think because it's moving on the site and it's changing where people, the abutters, thought it was going to be, I think that's a change that's too great to not get them into the conversation.
Fair point.
And so for me, I would have said, just because it's moving like that, and it's bigger, and it looks like and the abutters don't care about the wetland, it's just, it's moving back, so it's closer to their property, all within our okay zone, but.
He said the rear end he didn't put it back any further.
If anything, I think it moved forward.
Going by the baseline of the property.
Well, it shows right here that it's further back than the existing house. I'm
However,
seeing
he
the lines.
measured it, he said it wasn't encroaching into the easement any further than the existing order that you guys had prior. I can have to confirm that, but I told him that he knows he couldn't go, because Andrew was the.
Do you work for the MBTA?
I dealt with him before.
Just making sure, okay.
That was harsh. Even I wouldn't have said that. Okay, but anyway, so I think we're looking at an amended order of conditions. So we should, like, need a motion and then a vote to ask for an amended order. So can I have a motion? He says, look at him, Martha.
How do we phrase this?
A motion to require an amended order of conditions for zero net.
I move that we require an amended order of conditions for Zero Annette Lane.
Walter Talbot seconds that motion. Walter Talbot's in favor of that motion.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Brewer in favor. Thank you. Get out of here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to 24 Dustin Road. There for that.
Let's check. Can you raise your hand for 24 Dustin Road? I see one's up.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll read
yeah,
it.
we
I'll
go.
read
Yes,
the
there it
blurb
is.
while they're coming in. Open a public hearing on notice of intent filed Sean McSheffrey pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetland Protection Act, and or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for raising the existing home and constructing a new single-family home with associated porch, patio, garage, and driveway. Portions of the work are within the buffer zone bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under current project, Assessor's Map 26, Lot 164. Can you introduce yourself and take us through your project?
I am happy to. For the commission's records, my name is Andrew Tebow. I'm a wetland scientist with Gutter Consulting. Thank you guys for the hybrid option tonight. We had a couple meetings to juggle, so this is helpful. I know the commission's had a late night, so I'll get right to it. Do I have permission to share my screen, or do you prefer to share yours?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Awesome. Does this come up okay in there for you guys?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. So again, for the record, my name is Andrew Tebow. I'm the wetland scientist of the project. Also on this call is Dan Dragani of Engineering Solutions Group. He's our civil engineer for the project. And then I have the client, Sean McSheffrey, as well. So as you read into the record, this is a notice of intent for a raise and rebuild over at 24 Dustin Road. To kick this off, I just have an aerial photo of 24 Dustin Road. This is about a 0.6 acre lot. Dustin Road comes down, it's the house at the end right here. I believe the commission is well aware of it. Currently on the lot is a driveway in off Dustin Road. It leads to a detached standalone garage. We have a single family house, a couple of sheds, and then we have maintained lawn that slopes gradually to the rear of the lot. There are a few trees that exist within the property. The lawn actually goes further back to the rear of the lot, but there are a few red maples that stand throughout the lawn that obscure some of the lawn on the aerials. So prior to this project being filed, I was brought on and delineated the wetlands on July 23rd of this year. So as can be seen on our contours, there's a ditch in the rear of the lot. If I go back to the aerial, there are some offsite wetlands in an area to the east, and they come to a ditch that runs laterally along between the low point between the property and the Haverhill T line. So these wetlands follow a pretty defined topography line for quite a while before they bleed up into the existing lawn. I know the commission had the opportunity to visit the site this past Saturday, so I believe you guys were able to see this in the field. But eventually the ditch flattens out. There is an area on this property. It's been maintained as lawn for quite a while, but the hydrology is such that it has hydric soils, it has wetland vegetation that attempts to grow in before it's mowed and maintained. And so it met all the indicators to be considered a wetland. And so our line was included up to portray that area. So what that does is it puts portions of your 25-foot zone of natural vegetation, your 35-foot no build into the existing lawn, and it puts some of the existing sheds within that 100-foot buffer zone. So what we have is a notice of intent for the proposers to raise the existing house on the property and to construct a new single-family house that involves a relocation and widening of the driveway to service an attached garage, a rebuild of the single-family house, and a patio off the rear. This does push the house a bit into the 100-foot buffer zone, but we've sited it entirely outside of the 35-foot no build and the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. There is a bit of grading that's associated that we can see off to the west of the house. What our engineer has done, and is happy to speak to if there's questions, is include a 3-foot retaining wall, limit the grading just to that area around the house. The intent is to preserve the grades that exist throughout the lawn, as well as in both of your bylaw buffer zones, to keep impacts to a minimum. Having worked with the commission in the past, I am aware that there is a tree replacement policy So one thing we want to highlight is the raising and the rebuilding of this home does require the removal of 3 trees. As I alluded to earlier, there are a bunch of red maples scattered throughout the lawn. I believe there's 9 in total. And what that is the trees have been preserved, but the remainder of the vegetation was converted to lawn many years ago. So they exist as native trees that exist within the lawn itself. So we require 3 of those to be removed in the area that we're grading for the house. And then there is 1 landscape tree in the very front of the existing home. And so what we've done is we've identified that the best area on site to replace these trees is actually within that existing wetland system. As I had mentioned earlier, that portion of lawn up there exhibits wetland traits. It meets all the criteria for a wetland, but it's been mowed and maintained as lawn for quite a few years. And as a result, it doesn't exhibit the wildlife habitat characteristics that a wetland typically would. And so what we did is we proposed a full 1-to-1 replacement. So we have 4 trees proposed to be put into this area. We have red maples consistent with what's coming down from inside the yard. We also introduced 2 swamp white oaks for a bit more biodiversity. And because we're going to cease mowing in this area and restore it, we have a natural herbaceous vegetation that's going to come up. We have our trees going in. We also just included 2 sweet pepper bush shrubs as extra plantings just to get the proper layering and accelerate the regrowth of this area. So that's this project at a high level. It was designed to limit grading to the extent feasible, to keep us out of all the bylaw zones, and then to replace the trees at the 1-to-1 while finding the area that we can improve the best on the site. So as I had mentioned, our engineer Dan is on the call if there are questions on the design, and I know the commission was able to visit the site. If there are any questions on resource areas, the buffer zones, we're all here and happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions? Walter?
One of my questions had been, where are you gonna put the trees? And now I see it is marked on there. I think that's a good location. Just below that, wetland area, there's a small mound that goes up to 193 feet in the center. Do you think that's actually, like rocks and stuff underneath there, or do you think that's just an old leaf pile that is so big and has been grown up in trees? Those concentric rings just below your wetland line.
Yes, I assume you're talking about this big pile here.
That almost looks to me like a giant leaf pile.
Yeah, so I would agree. So I did attempt to auger a bit into it just to see if there was natural soil formation in there, and there certainly was some. It's more likely that it's a very, very old pile there. There is woody vegetation that's growing on top of it. I didn't measure to get the proper ages, but it has been there for quite a long time, and it started to form its own natural soils and have vegetation grow in. So I do agree that it's likely an old pile that has remained out there and now has vegetation growing within it.
Good, that's what I thought. Not good that it's there, but I'm glad to hear you agree with me. I am concerned about 2 other piles of clippings. Well, also on top of that pile, there seems to be some loose grass clippings and leaves that maybe need to be removed. But also off the end of Dustin Road, there's a pile of grass clippings right near flag A18. And there are some boards that are put down, and then a whole bunch of more grass clippings on the property that's labeled Bradford Road. And I'm concerned about the dumping of grass clippings in that area.
It's a fair question. I did see some of that out there. I can only speak to what's on our property. I'm not sure where some of that offsite's originating. But as far as our property goes, with the intention to bring our plantings in and restore this wetland area here, it's certainly also our intent to remove any clippings, dumping that's there. The intent is certainly to work with the commission and improve the conditions. So as we go through this review, we'd be more than happy to take a condition to remove some of those clippings when we get these plantings in.
In support of Martha's point, there's grass clippings in a number of places across the back of your property, including off to the back left with an opening going back to the drainage channel ditch. there's definitely grass clippings all around that area. There's some leaves, there's a cinder block and other associated debris which needs to be removed as well.
Absolutely. We'll be more than happy to work with you guys to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that was it.
Okay, I have a question. I'm not quite sure how you came up with the part of the wetland line where you are showing some of the formerly grass that you're going to allow to convert back to wetlands because it is wetland. A lot of the ground outside of your line, visually, I didn't do any augers or anything, but visually it looks just as likely to me to be wetland. So what did you do to draw the line where you did?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, as part of this application, I did do a full wetland border report that details some of the augering that we took within these areas, some of the plant species that we found within, but it was a combination of both. So as you can tell by the existing condition plan, grades are very gradual. So you see a very, very slow transition into more wetland vegetation. So the way this line was established was based on two criteria. One is the depth to redox features that we see in the soil. So areas that have been maintained as lawn for quite a long time and may not have natural soils, a lot of times you don't get that nice depleted subsoil that you would see in a natural wetland, but instead you meet a hydrosoil indicator called dark redox, and it's when you have dark topsoil material and you have redox depletions and concentrations within that soil that would suggest that water movement comes up during the growing season and comes out at the right times. You have to have that within 12 inches of the soil surface, and it has to be within a certain darkness of a matrix and chroma. So it has to be at least a matrix of 3 and a chroma of 2 or darker. And so within the wetland system, we meet that. Because that area is saturated for a little bit longer, the soil has a bit more organic content to it. And then we also had those redox concentrations and depletions all within that top foot where you can tell that water table is. And then the vegetation that grows within there, if you take the lawn grass out of it, met the 50% coverage throughout the entire area. Once you go up gradient of this line, most of the soil samples don't show that the color that's dark enough and the signs of redox until deeper than 12 inches. In most areas, it's not a lot deeper. It can be 14, 16 inches, things like that. So it's certainly indicative that there's still a high water table because of course you're just going up a shallow grade, but it doesn't meet the criteria for a hydric soil. And then similarly, these flatland flags were hung during areas where there was vegetation breaks. So when you go and take little micro topo and look at the areas there, this is where upland vegetation, such as species like bedstraws or clover or wood sorrel, things like that start to come up. So if you take little data plots in these areas, you have primarily upland vegetation, and then the soil colors were a little bit too deep to be called a hydric soil.
Okay, so if I can interrupt for a second, did you do any, so beyond the squared off-ish point in the area where it's still at the 190-foot grade, that whole area is 190 feet. So did you do any testing out beyond where you're drawing the line currently? I don't know why that would be different.
Yep. Yeah. As part of the wetland delineation, we're augering up and down. So I would have augured everywhere from, the very back of the property where you have obvious wetland, and you usually go in a line all the way up. So I would have been auguring at the 190 contour, the 191, in vegetative samples throughout that. So we would have looked at the whole backyard here.
Okay, but what I don't understand is the line where you put the wetland flags, that little squared off region, that's at 190 feet, right?
Yep.
And it's 190 feet all the way out to the contour line, whatever that is, another 15, 20 feet out. So why is that area in there also not wetland? I mean, it's the same grade.
I understand your question. Yeah, the wetland lines are typically along a similar contour throughout most of their reach. So what I can tell you, and the main reason is this area here is a well-defined ditch for much of its reaches. But even this fill pile here, when you come off of it, it's still at a higher elevation where there's a channelization of water, and that ditch is still at a lower elevation. I know we don't have the contour information further in here, but there's still an internal ditch that moves most of the water interior of the line. And this only comes up a bit, that's because of the shallow grade and the hydrology. Although it doesn't meet the exact contour, it's because most of the surface water moves through the area and continues down gradient. And then the other thing is wetland lines may not follow the contours exactly if the vegetative breaks occur sooner. Because if we were to take half-foot contours, things like that, you'd see some micro contours that come in here and would show that there's a very shallow pitch. So you sometimes see those vegetative breaks before the contour lines.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do any samples, obviously, but there also seemed to be more of an obvious, I'm gonna call it a break in slope, but that's probably an exaggeration in terms, but back further also. So that's what I was wondering about that area.
It's a good question. It is gradual, but it is there. I agree with you.
So few things, we don't use straw wattles anymore, so that needs to be a mulch sock.
Absolutely, that can be changed.
And also, can you add to your plan where you're gonna have your stockpile area?
Absolutely.
We usually ask for construction entrance, but I don't think that matters much in this one. And how are you planning on handling roof runoff infiltration?
So that's a good question. I had talked with Chuck earlier today. So we do have our engineer on the call. At present, we don't have a stormwater system for this project. We were going with the Mass DEP standard of single-family houses being exempt. I had spoken with Chuck today that that's a typical request of the commission. So we actually have our civil engineer on the call, and our intent was to discuss that with the commission, see what the typical protocol under your bylaw is for stormwater management, and then he'll be able to incorporate that into the plan set in advance of your next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. We don't have to discuss that here. You can get all that information from Chuck offline.
More than happy to. As long as you guys are content with some being added, then we can work with Chuck and we can get that on there.
Yeah, sounds good. I was going to ask for a planting plan. I also didn't see him on the plan, but now I do. Yes. So you've drawn in this area where you're going to let the what's currently lawn go back to natural vegetation. But beyond that, I don't see a zone of natural vegetation. We typically, our bylaws say we can do up to 25 feet. We don't usually ask for that much. We do ask for 5 to 10 feet of a zone around the wetlands. So what are your thoughts on adding, I'll say 5 feet, since you've already given up some of the lawn, but 5 feet beyond, so outside of the wetland flags that you marked, 5 more feet for a zone of natural vegetation.
I think that's a reasonable request, and I think it also accommodates, some of the questions about this being a very gradual and exact wetland line. I think the intent of us putting our plantings in this area is, regardless of exactly where that limit of hydrology ends in the lawn, we want to restore it back. So I think if there's a 5-foot increase, upgrading a little bit, and we square it off, I think that's a net benefit to the area. And because a lot of that area is wet lawn, it's not well maintained and it's not very usable. So I don't think that's a sacrifice to the project. So that's something we're happy to take a look at.
So typically in those Z and Vs, we try and have multiple layers. We don't want it to be just ground cover, just shrubs. We like a mixture. Let's see, would it be sufficient if we had you submit ideas along those lines to Chuck? And if Chuck agrees that they're good as you write them up or minor changes, then perhaps we could accept that in abeyance, if you will.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to do it that way.
Okay, so I mean, we'd be looking for, tree, more than one tree, something that likes its feet wet, red maple, something. And then it's hard to say, you're going along the edge there. So, I mean, I would think a couple of trees.
Well, I'm looking at the concentric rings. There's already vegetation growing on those, on that mound there.
Good.
So that, if we preserve those trees as zone of natural vegetation, and I didn't notice that they were a lot of invasives. I would have to double check, but that vegetated pile of leaf debris.
Right. So
If
then I'll-
if those are native species, that would be part of your 5-foot extra zone of natural vegetation already. Oh, you're right, we did see some buckthorns, yeah. So we might wanna
Well done.
get rid of some of the buckthorns.
Okay, so, so what we're looking for is a planting plan for the zone of natural vegetation that includes a few trees. I would think even 2 would be sufficient, a few shrubs, and then some ground cover.
By all means, and our intent is already to provide that. So what I had shown here was 2 red maple trees, 2 swamp white oak trees, sweet pepper bush, and then the ground cover. So what I can do is, so we have our existing square footage here. We can add that 5 foot right here and just see what that square footage is. And then there's easy calculations on spacing of how many plants should be in there. My gut tells me that the plants that we have here are probably the proper spacing for that area already. And this area is all naturally vegetated. So if we're able to incorporate those all here and move that up a few feet, I think that would definitely be in line with what the commission's looking for here.
Right, and also the removal of the invasives.
Yeah, buckthorn's a good one because you can handle, there's no good invasive, but for management wise, buckthorn can be hand pulled by the roots, especially when it's in the wetlands, and removed pretty easily. You don't have to go back there with anything crazy. So that's a very easy request on our end.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Anyone on the commission? Chuck, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow up on what you're saying. So this, back in the day, this applicant, not this applicant, but the original owner has an enforcement order for this very same area, and it was altered to probably what it is now. Cutting down trees, filling in area, and turning it into more useful lawn, basically extending the yard. So it was too late. I wasn't able to follow Brian or Andrew. So I know that he said we'll square off the wetland. And to me, that means where it says CA 11, it's gonna go pretty much straight down to where the 25-foot or 35-foot buffer zone is. And then there was a discussion about adding 5 feet to that for a vegetated buffer strip. I just want to make sure that's either is or is not what we're talking about, because I'm wondering why we're not requiring the entire 25-foot, which we've done in other cases. At least we've had this conversation to turn the 25-foot Z and V back into a zone of natural vegetation.
So I wasn't aware of a previous enforcement order.
Well, that was just another data point, but still it's the 25-foot Z and V.
No, my point is the property owner gained some space. That's different. I was trying to give credit for the fact that they are drawing in the wetland where it's now grass, and then going somewhat beyond it. But
So to me, what's happened there is we have this drainage ditch that comes from the bottom of the screen up towards the top, so south to north. And the street has historically dumped leaf and lawn debris basically in that drainage ditch.
they're still doing it.
So it backs up, and that's an area of where the water's been pooling for years, and which has created this condition. So anyways, they created their own problem. So I was just trying to figure out what we're talking about, 25-foot line or a different, or what's being proposed. So were you happy with, or just explain what you were asking for again, as far as squaring off the edge?
Yeah, I don't even remember using the word.
You didn't
squaring
say
off
that,
the
that
edge.
was.
Oh, okay. So if you look at the rectangular protrusion at the screen north. And then just south of that, there's the mound, which we all believe is probably artificial, although old. If you were to take the line that's there and bring it further down, so heading screen south with a little bit edge towards screen west. So it's not a perfect straight line, but it's like a bending line. And that would incorporate where they're marking off wetland, and it would incorporate the part with the mound, and just if they leave that in a 5-foot buffer, let that be the zone of natural vegetation, then that's a reasonable buffer from the drainage ditch, definitely.
Can you all see my cursor if I drag it on the screen up here? So I just want to make sure that we're discussing properly with the commission. So the way I was envisioning this is there's a good portion of the 25-foot that is naturally vegetated, partially because this fill pile all is to the rear. So I was expecting us to leave this entire 25 that we see here all naturally vegetated. And when I hear that 5 feet, I think about that in this tightest lawn protrusion, since that's the area that they're giving up and planting. But I think we would basically take this line and we would cut it to connect with the wetland flags. That way we get a bend up in this area, 5 feet is incorporated, and it gets the majority of the 25-foot in this half of the site, and then it still gives a nice little buffer to that area that we're restoring up in the northern portion of the site, where that lawn encroaches up further.
Correction I would make to that, I agree with everything you said on screen south, but up screen north where you have the boundary drawn by CA 13, CA 12, and CA 11. I'm looking for 5 feet to the right of that, because that's your wetland line right there. So I'm looking for 5 feet more outside of the wetland flags.
Yep, I'm tracking with that. I may not have traced that perfectly on my end, but that's what I'm envisioning as well, and that's perfectly reasonable.
I'm not speaking straight, so you cannot speak straight if you want. Okay, so are we in agreement that that's the intent is here? And that's the part where we're talking about a multi-layered approach.
Yep, understood entirely, and that's something that we can absolutely incorporate.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, I think that you have enough trees, but you might need a few more shrubs.
And that may make sense, especially as we're planting areas closer to the house. Shrubs tend to be favorable over trees. That way we don't ever create a situation where we're putting in new trees too close. That way the shrubs can stay there and continue to expand in perpetuity. So I'm happy to take a look at that.
And at this point, I've forgotten, you will be putting in the granite bounds, right?
We haven't discussed that yet. I was going to ask the commission. I know that that's typically something that commissions condition in, especially when lawn leads straight to wetlands. So I think I've seen this commission do that before. If that's a typical special condition, then we're happy to incorporate that.
Okay, so it would run
Along the 25-foot line,
yeah.
which is a very weird 25-foot line.
Chuck, any thoughts on where the bounds should go on this one?
Yeah, so one at the edge of the property line, so that would be 2 feet in the ground, 1 feet above the ground.
Yep.
And then something on that 190 contour where we can see something, but it could be
flush.
Well, I'm thinking that could be incorporated, depending on where it goes, into the zone of natural vegetation. So I think those three are above the ground. And then one flush with the ground around CA 11 on the 25-foot line.
So Mark, my only thought of that, if we're saying this, so it seems like the request is to have these bounds, or to have our restoration come up 5 feet. Would it make more sense to have the bounds at the limit of the restoration area? I'm not sure exactly what your bounds language say, but the way I would foresee that is exactly in the locations you guys are describing, but at the limit of lawn to sort of mark that agreeable buffer that we're setting in perpetuity. Because I think if we put them up in the 25, it sounds like we're going to have a little bit of lawn behind them and then our restoration area. And so it seems like putting them right at the restoration area may be the best way to do that.
Yeah, so our language is that they go on the 25-foot line, so that's been consistent for, decades. And so all administrators and commissioners know that when they see them, they're on the 25 foot. So we eliminate them before we would put them somewhere else. So I think those are the choices. Either they're not going in or they're going on the 25-foot
Well, at the
line.
very least, they go on the property boundaries.
Yeah.
At the
I
25.
agree with that. Yeah. So my thoughts are just because that area would be maintained as lawn, it may not make sense to put them there, but I'm more than happy to put them at the property boundaries. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think you can fit 3 in the way I'm looking at it, but
Yeah, I think you do need one in the middle.
this is not usually a discussion about where these go in. I mean, I don't know why we did. So,
No,
but
we appreciate you
think
guys working with us. And 3, we can definitely do 3.
Yeah, I think that you have an opportunity where it says 190 and it's kind of cutting in between the 25 and 35-foot line to be close to the restoration area with a bound, and it's still on the 25-foot line.
Like where
kind
this
of
hand is right now?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's reasonable because that's in line with an area where we're storing. That's natural. I think if we do 3 and include one there, I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
all right. Any other discussion?
All right, so at this point, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing on
No,
20.
you're going to continue.
I am lost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes.
I would just continue it to the 22nd. Just a motion for the continue.
A motion to continue to the 22nd, please.
I move that we continue this hearing to the 22nd.
Walter Talbot seconds that motion. Walter Talbot's in favor of that motion.
Michelle in favor.
You in favor?
Martha Moore in favor.
Rambo in favor. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, I think we're going to be talking about infiltration and anything else that you want to. We prepare you for the next meeting and hopefully get out of there at that point. Okay?
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Thank you all for your comments tonight. That gives us exactly what we need to get you a plan. So Chuck, I'll work with you offline and we'll get that added.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Sure. So Eleanor Shawkoff's online if you want to take her, unless there's somebody else here that wanted to talk.
What is Eleanor for?
Eleanor's at 32 Harvard Street, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
talked about a fence at the last meeting. In this meeting, she wanted to continue the conversation about the infiltration area, and she's got some feedback from.
Okay. This is,
Ian.
this is an item that was not on the posted agenda. We are going to talk with the homeowner at 32 Harvard. In our last meeting, we talked about different options for infiltration. We have to come back with some information. So Eleanor, if you want to take the floor, please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you so much again. I know it's very late. Appreciate you letting me speak. I know it wasn't on the agenda. Last time you asked me to go back to the engineer for our property where we have a lot of groundwater, and we had originally asked for a waiver of the infiltration requirement. So I spoke with Ian, and he was able to write a letter that he sent to Chuck that I think Chuck can show you all. I can briefly summarize the letter if that's helpful. He said in the beginning that as he had said during the hearing for the notice of intent, he stated that this property is not conducive to infiltration. So we talked a little bit about how the groundwater level is just too high to make it workable. And so then he talked a little bit about how he did the groundwater test pit and the pieces that I know you're all aware of, the amount that we're adding to the blueprint isn't very large. And so then at the very end, he says, if if something must be installed, then the most workable thing would be the infiltration trench at the ground surface. So that's something that you guys had mentioned last time, the drip line trenches. He said along the exterior wall of the house. So we were able to talk through all the options that the commission had gone through. And I mean, so I don't know if we can stop talking at this point. Since it's so later, if there are questions.
I don't know if it came across. So he said the most viable option out of the three would be the drip trench. But he also said, I had a conversation with Eleanor, that's, you know, I guess if he was forced to do something, that would be the one. So he's not recommending anything based on his understanding of this project. And he's been on it from the start. So that's probably, you know, it's not an endorsement, but it could do something, I guess. So.
Yeah, right. The way he sort of put it was it's the least bad option. He's like, I stand by my original
yeah, we'll be talking to him.
perspective.
The least bad.
Yeah.
So here's the point. So what I said to Eleanor earlier is I said, this is interesting. It's going to be the first time that the commission is going to, or possibly approve a house that we can't get infiltration in. And we haven't really even thought about that. You know, as a commission, what do we do? I mean, when the groundwater is too high and nothing seems to work.
Well, what is the point of infiltration? You want to reduce or eliminate surface flow, right? You want to recharge best you can. You're always worried about velocity. Ground is pretty flat. I mean, do we need to do anything different to achieve those goals? If they had downspouts, for example, is that water going to then migrate with force to the wetland?
I think you lose control when you're just doing downspouts and they're spilling out on the ground, unless you grade in anticipation to move things towards the backyard, which may have happened here, I'm not sure.
Remember there was some
But
grading.
if it went
Their
like
plans,
into the neighbor's house, you know, on one side, that wouldn't be a better situation. I think velocity and all that can be handled with grass, you know, as soon as that's established. But we do lose control. So
Now the house on the left, as you're facing this house, is one that we have had a project on as well. And they certainly had surface water at certain points of the year. Remember, there were ones who were constantly running the sump pump.
yeah, I think didn't they end up doing infiltration? I don't remember them not.
I don't remember.
I don't remember anything about that project. But
They have the plans in place, and we actually in our house installed a storm drain, a pipe under the sidewalk that connects to the storm drain down the hall. And so we have told them that it's there so that they can connect to it when they're able to.
When you say storm drain, you mean in the street?
Yes, it's down the street from our house.
I think that's what we're supposed to be trying to avoid, isn't it?
The sump pump going, this is from the sump pump from the basement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roof infiltration is not supposed to be just going into storm drains and raising the average owner.
Some pumps do the same water. Water's gonna go in your house, it's gonna go back out.
It's always the initial surge that you're trying to dampen, right? It's how fast it gets there. If it's infiltrating through, it's less likely to cause the same problem.
You want it away from your house, I guess that's the best way to do it. Don't pump enough. The water's just gonna sit there.
Well, you have considerations for the house, but then you have considerations for the wetlands and, you know, stormwater in general. So you don't want to steer it to the street or something quickly. You want to give it a chance for it to infiltrate. I don't see another alternative. I mean, you know,
I'm wondering why the drip trenches is not considered to be a reasonable option.
My understanding is just that the ground is so wet already that it's not gonna move water. I don't have an engineer's understanding. And I guess if I read the language of his letter, it's just, I stated that this property is not conducive to infiltration. The elevation of the backyard is less than a foot above the elevation of the wetland, so the groundwater table is likely just below the surface. And the property's small size makes it difficult to raise the grade for an infiltration system without severely impacting the ability to use the yard or to navigate around the house. So I guess my limited understanding is just that it won't achieve the aims that the installation of things like the underground chambers would set out to do, because the ground is already so wet.
So Chuck, when it came to downspouts, the point you raised was we lose control, right? But a drip trench would solve that problem. It wouldn't solve the fact that the water table is so high, but it would control it. It would go there, infiltrate, so it wouldn't run off to a neighbor in any abrupt way, right? So that's better from that perspective.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, you could do the drip trench and you could direct the water from the downspout into the drip trench. And it looks like it's gonna have, I mean, usually drip trench is a 2 foot wide, 2 foot deep. This is gonna be 2 foot wide, 1 foot deep. It's gonna be right at groundwater.
Yeah.
So it could infiltrate the water in that first foot. Sounds like there's something there, but occasionally I guess it would fill up.
Yeah.
But it would do something.
Yeah, it's a marginal gain, but it's a gain.
And there is still planning to be a rain barrel at one corner of the house?
Yes.
So there's
I mean, we could do more. I don't know the intent behind the question. We could do more rain barrels, certainly. The other, in terms of weighing the improvements to the wetlands, versus any drawbacks or risks. I mean, I can't help but mention cost, that I absolutely want to do everything in favor of protecting and being respectful to the wetlands. But if the installation of the drip trench doesn't change very much and it costs me a lot of money, then I just wanted to put that out there as one of the other, I think, drawbacks to the installation.
Do you have a recommendation? Because in my mind, this may be the first time that we don't require.
That's the funny thing about you. We're always right there.
It's okay, fine.
Like you run with that.
All right, so let's go with the idea that we don't require infiltration. First time ever, don't tell anybody.
In a public meeting?
Well,
Could we make
a
it 2
motion
rain
that's
barrels?
kind of bulletproof, specific to this site, because the capacity was only like 27 square feet or something like that.
I'm gonna make a motion for myself. Make a motion that in the case of 32 Harvard Street only, due to the
High groundwater level.
the water table being so close to the surface, not allowing for our typical modes of infiltration, we vote to not require it in this one instance.
Well, they also have a sump pump, right? Did you say you have a sump pump that directs water into the storm drain?
Yes.
I think you should mention that too, because that's another hurdle.
Mention that they have to have tried
Because the
that
groundwater
already.
level is so high. And because that the applicant has already tried to,
Circumvent.
yeah, like resolve or attenuate or whatever the term is.
Address the.
Address the water by installing a sump pump. You know, so that's two things. You know, I don't think anything, and I was just gonna say, and because the addition is only 19 square feet, which you can fall back on that.
All right, so
And they are having one rain barrel?
And they're,
I will put as many rain barrels as you
Okay,
would
so-
recommend.
7 rain barrels.
You've got all the water's gonna go to the same place.
So I'll make it,
You know,
But the rain barrel holds it for a couple of days until and then you can water your garden.
but they don't need to water the garden because.
Tim,
Well, they're
But
doing
it-
one anyway, so let's mention it,
So-
so.
make a motion that in the instance of 32 Harvard, given the following conditions, that they have previously installed a sump pump to help address the water problem, that the water table is very high, that there is no significant gains in any of the commission's typical methods for water infiltration. In this one instance,
And the increase in impervious surface is less than 20 square feet.
and the increase in impervious surface is less than 20 feet. Make a motion to not require infiltration for this one site.
Yeah, I think those are good.
It's like 3 or 4 constraints on it. Anybody want to second
I
that?
didn't hear rain barrel in that list.
I think we have enough.
Friendly amendment,
Friendly amendment that they are putting in a rain barrel.
Okay, so 5 restrictions. Anybody want to second that?
Sure, Walter Talbot seconds that. motion.
no, just one, the same.
I'll stick with one. I'll let them have one rain barrel.
Second the motion.
Walter seconded.
Walter's gonna vote.
Walter Talbot's in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Rowe in favor. Okay, Eleanor, you're free.
Thank you all so much for doing this. I really, really appreciate it. And for staying on until this late. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that. We have to be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I've done my.
I'm just looking
Can you
feverishly
be
for
done in
myself.
5 minutes?
We have to be done in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You get up at 3:30 in the morning.
No.
Okay, next one is CPA discussion. We had a discussion last time. We gave ourselves time to think about it before we voted. The question at hand is whether or not we support CPA committee bringing their recommendations to town meeting. And do we have any input on the percentage?
Right. And it's select board and then town meeting.
Fine, okay.
So
good.
can we just vote on that?
So do we want, first, do we want to vote to support their bringing the proposal to select board and then town meeting? Have a motion for that.
I think my issue is gonna be, I support the $20,000 line item, right? I think the issue from when I was reading, that Massachusetts also had issues funding the matching contribution. And I worry that at some point, will that match end?
No, because it's funded by fees that you pay at the registry. And people are gonna be always buying houses. So the match will fluctuate.
Yeah.
It may get smaller, but it will never get zero.
Or go negative.
Yeah, it'll never go negative.
Yeah, almost every community has applied now.
201 out of 250, out of 350.
Have applied, yeah, so it's not likely to be zero ever. But it's not a 1-to-1 anymore, which they used to, 10, 15 years ago, it used to be 1-to-1.
And that's kind of, I was reading it, more applicants are coming in, they could hold it small.
It's not just, and not by
Cool,
number,
it's
when
small.
Boston came in, it just made a big difference in what the match was. So,
But it's still,
it's still a great program. I mean,
it's still a non-zero amount that will be applied to the 3 or 4 targets: historical, recreation, conservation,
Housing.
housing.
So without that match being significant, what are your concerns? Because if the match was 1-to-1, that's, I guess we would say that's fine and that you would agree with. since it's less than half, does this look more just like?
Is there, we know for sure that there's a match on the 0.5%?
Yeah, there's a match on whatever, right? There's no, and I don't know how they calculate the match.
They will give us a percentage of that money on top of what we raise. So if we only raise 500,000, they will give us whatever the percentage is of 500,000 that they are giving to everybody. So if we voted for 3%, we would get a lot more money from the state. If we vote for 0.5%, we get a lot less money from the state, just because
Right.
they only give a percentage of what we've raised.
Are there any groups that are excluded from this?
Me.
Low-income communities?
Oh, well, not communities, but within Reading, there would be a low income and senior citizen
Adjustment.
exemption. And there's a first $100,000 on your house exemption, so for everybody, that you don't have to vote that in, but the CPA has already committed that they will go for all the exemptions possible, basically. So they would start with that first 100,000 for everybody, and they would have also the extra exemptions for the low income and senior citizens people.
And how much of an increase we're gonna see on our tax bill? Is it $100?
If we go for 1%, an average homeowner in Reading would pay an extra 100 each year on their taxes.
And what are it's 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%?
Those are the three that we're choosing between.
Okay.
So if we go for 0.5%, the average homeowner would be adding something in the order of $40 to their taxes. And if we go for
140.
1.5, it would be more like $150 per year.
All right,
So
so-
the goal to get it on the ballot.
Yes. And then the
So it's gonna
town
be
gets to vote. Yeah. And the goal is to get it on the ballot in the midterm elections in November of 2026.
Very good. That's the idea. Okay, so can I get a motion for the Conservation Commission to support the CPA committee?
Do you want to just do one vote and that at a percentage, or you want to do it in two?
Two. I like votes. Anyway, can I have a motion?
I will move that we support this
CPA present
CPA
proposal.
proposal. Sure. Any seconds?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I had to stop voting. Bell's ringing.
Bell's ringing.
Walter Talbot's not in favor.
Michelle's not.
Rick Keogh's not in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
I'm in favor.
Okay, 3 against.
All right, let's move on to the next thing. I don't even have time to.
There's more Reading
remorse
voters
involved.
than-
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't Joe get a vote?
No.
Conservation Commission.
And no point in voting on the percentage if we voted down the
Yep.
thing.
Okay,
Okay,
Moving on.
so,
We don't want an update on Pearl Street.
no, and
Never mind about the monthly meeting. Talk about the violations.
everyone there, do you want to give us an administrative report, even though it's late? I'd love to know what's going on with Terra Cap.
Oh, well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Well, actually, I'm not glad, but I can't, there's not really much to tell. We haven't had a second staff meeting about Matera Cabin being closed. We did get an initial report that highlighted on, I'm gonna say it's on a higher level than the group could kind of not understand, but kind of understand who would do the work and how much it would cost. So we wanted to go back to the architect or engineer that put this together and ask for some more specifics and some additional things that the building commissioner thought they missed. So they actually have to look at more things at the Matera Cabin, which weren't in the initial report. We just wanted to make sure those were in there. So it was 3 or 4 additional items that he insisted that they would be on there. So my understanding is that I think it went back to the engineer to do something about those questions, and we're gonna get some numbers back on how much things cost and some more definition on what they actually want done. And that would be the second staff meeting. So, and it hasn't been called out yet when that staff meeting will be, and I don't know anything about any reports.
So is the information you get on the cost going to be tiered? As in, here's the minimum we have to do, here's ideal for X number occupancy, and here's what's needed for full occupancy?
So right now, I think the minimum tier would be for 20 occupants. That includes everyone, all the people in the building. So that's probably what we're gonna go for, and then we're gonna work on something more. The typical feel-good capacity for that, based on rentals, would be around 30, 35. That would be a doable number in the future. And I think that, you know, if you, let's say birthday parties is a huge slice of the pie of what we rent to. You know, who's coming to your birthday parties? I mean, is it 20 people, including adults? Maybe, then it works. I don't know. I think a few of mine were just 20 or less. But let's say you had 10 kids and
But the
10
bottom,
adults, then it doesn't work. So
but the bottom line is, at this point, we're stuck waiting for somebody to call that second meeting so you can get more information.
we don't have any more information to discuss at this point, so I hope it's being worked on. I'll try to get an update from Jane tomorrow or next week to report at the next meeting about where this is.
Is the deck usage part of that?
Hopefully, the deck is closed, the inside of the building is closed, the trail committee's garage is
So did
is
this all come
closed.
to light because of the school? Is this how it all kind of got in motion? Did this how the, you know,
I
is that
think it
how
would
they
be
found
unfair
out?
to characterize as the school started this. I think it would be more fair to say
Accelerate.
that at one of the meetings, because we were there to talk about the school, the building commissioner and the fire chief said, you know what? I haven't been there in a long time. Maybe we should take a site visit.
They
And so,
accelerated, but I mean, it might have been dormant for a little while, but they
Yeah, would
Eventually.
sooner or later, yeah.
well, yeah, that's true, because not only, we're not trying to hide it.
didn't
This
know.
commission, we were trying to increase use. So that question about, are we doing this right? Would have naturally come up at some point. So I'm not, we need this
Needs to be
occupancy.
fixed. I just-
Yeah, we
just
need this
wondered if
occupancy
kind of what
because of the things that we
Sure.
want to do. And we'd like to get it to about 30, you know, in that area. It seems that would be more reasonable than 20. But it's probably a big step between 20 and 30, and I know that includes another bathroom from what I've read. I don't know if we can get sometimes you can get like a variance for that. So,
For the Trails Committee, they're not even meeting.
No,
No.
they met in town hall.
no. And I'm going over there to get material out when they need to work on it. Because I don't think it restricts me, but I hope it doesn't.
Okay, is that enough on that?
It is, and now something that's, I don't know if you have it written down, but
195 Main
yeah.
Street.
So you can't vote on this, but I just want to set you up, all right? So 1295 Main Street was a house that was put in, they got their certificate of compliance, and they haven't received their bond back. The bond is for $5,000. It's Lot A, it's at 1295 Main Street, Lot A.
It's across from the veterinary clinic.
The boss from the veterinary clinic. We found all the information, copy of the check, the original transmittal form for the security bond. I don't think there's any reason why we should keep it. You guys have met out there with the homeowner and talked about that 25-foot natural zone that's in that one. The reason why we can't vote on this is it's not on the agenda. I wanted you to know about it, and it will be on the agenda at the next meeting, and we can get that processed. So
Okay.
is there anything you want to do, like a site visit, or is it more concerns that you think it's, I mean, I'm recommending giving the money back, the whole amount.
Did we already do a certificate of
Yeah.
compliance, you said?
And I look in, every time I drive by, just looking for where it's cut, not cut along the bounds they have.
So put it on the next agenda, no site visit needed.
Okay,
Makes sense.
so next is minutes for approval, 8/13. I thought she sent us updated ones for them,
Sent you revised today that I have not read.
but that's okay. We don't have to vote on revised. We voted on the original.
So I think we can vote on 8/13. We already voted on 8/27. We have not yet voted on 8/13.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, she did them in wrong order
Okay,
because
fine,
the
yep.
8/13 was a
Okay,
long
so
meeting and 8/27 was a short
Then
meeting.
can I have a motion to accept the minutes for 8/13.
So
Walter Talbot seconds that motion. Walter Talbot's in favor.
In favor?
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor. I have not seen 9/10 and 9/24, correct?
No, they
Okay,
haven't
so we're
come out
good.
yet.
Any last thoughts before we?
I move to adjourn at
No,
11.
someone's
hang on.
online. You want to just ask whoever's online if they have anything to say. They've been sitting there all night. It's Heather.
Heather, do you have anything you need to add to our guest presence? Going once? Going twice? Martha, as you were.
I move to adjourn at 11:10 p.m.